have withdrawn from the Netzerin corridor. We'll hear what it means for Palestinians trying to return to their homes. Also ahead on the news, our voters in Kosovo choose a new parliament, seen as a test for the Prime Minister Albin Kurti. Will tensions rise with neighbouring Serbia? And we look at Sudan's mega farming project that once fed millions of people and is now facing several challenges, including the devastating war. And I'm Peter Stemmett with the sports news. We're counting down to one of the biggest sporting events in the world, Super Bowl 59. The stage is set in New Orleans as the defending champion Kansas City Chiefs aim for a historic three-peat when they face the Philadelphia Eagles. Welcome to the news. Israeli forces are expanding their military raids across the occupied West Bank, where the Nur al-Shams refugee camp is the latest to come under siege. The Israeli troops opened fire on a Palestinian family in the camp early on Sunday. 2 people, including a pregnant woman, were killed and a child has been injured. This is part of the Israeli army's campaign of raids in Jenin, Tulkarem and Dubas in recent weeks. Israeli forces have also launched raids in the Al-Farah refugee camp, that's near Dubas, and many Palestinian families have been forced to leave their homes and possessions behind. The Israeli assault has displaced Palestinians in Jenin, Tulkarem and the Dubas refugee camps. As we said, officials say at least 35,000 people have been forced out from areas under the Israeli military operation. In Jenin refugee camp, at least 80% of the people have left their homes. That's an estimated 20,000 people. Meanwhile, in Tulkarem refugee camp, more than 10,000 have been displaced. Let's cross over to Hamda Salou. She's in Amman in Jordan because the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority have banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Hamda, thousands of Palestinians have been displaced, as we've said, since this military operation started. Roads and infrastructure have been destroyed in the occupied. More than 10,000 have been displaced. Let's cross over.
Okay. Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell. We are doing a live stream on February 9th. Did a big show last night. I'm going to be setting up X Spaces. We're not live streaming on Rumble today. That will be tomorrow. Just a reminder, there's going to be a live stream on this channel with John Hogue tonight at 10 p.m. New York time, because New York's the center of the universe. So, stay tuned to that. There will be an X Space call-in for John Hogue. I'll post that on my X. It's been there for a while. I'll repost it. But tonight at 10 p.m. New York time, John Hogue, live show. You can do a call-in. It's pretty fun. It's interactive. Please join. Again, for the ones that are watching live, please join the X Spaces. Do the call-in for this show. Ask questions about what's going on in the news, what your opinion is. It's supposed to be interactive. That's the whole design of the show. So thank you for starting off your morning. Make sure you get your coffee. And we're going to begin with the news. But before I start with that, please help support my work. You can support my work by making sure you subscribe to all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I have said this 1,000 times. Every time I post on this channel or do a live stream on this channel, I lose subscribers because YouTube, that's what they do to people they want to censor and reduce their reach. So make sure you subscribe, resubscribe, and make sure you get the notifications on all my YouTube channels. I have 4 YouTube channels. All the links are in the description of this video. I also have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Make sure you subscribe there too, because when I do get a strike, I have to switch where I'm doing the streaming and where I'm posting, all right? It's called whack-a-mole. I've been doing this for 5 years now. Now, also follow me on X. Got 2 channels on X, and I also have GETTR. So follow me there. You can join my WhatsApp chat group to get notifications. You can listen to my audio podcast on Podomatic, Apple Podcasts, and on my website under broadcast radio. I will be setting up the live stream on my website for this broadcast. Please help support my work by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee, or be a paid member to my Patreon channel. The Patreon channel and all the links that I'm talking about are in the description of this video and all my videos. Please be a paid member or donate to help support my work. All my videos on this kind of subject matter are for free. I have thousands of videos for free, thousands of videos, all right, that discuss about international affairs, about domestic policy, about economics and finance, how to improve your health and wellness, and scientific endeavors and discoveries. So please join the conversation and help support my work. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I have. Guess what? We're still in the cold season. New York just got a big snowstorm today, or last night. All right? We're still in the cold season. People are still going to not feel well at work, at school, at home. Guess what? You're going to need stuff. So during the allergy season or during the cold season, get the lozenges, the Manuka honey lozenges, or the elderberry zinc lozenges. These are very high quality. There's 60 parts per million for the structural nanosilver. You get 21 lozenges in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. Be prepared. They taste great. They work. The moment you have that irritation in your throat, take them right away. That's why it's important to have them at work, have them in your backpack, have them at home. Be prepared. Let me repeat that. Be prepared. You're going to need them eventually. Some of the people that are listening right now probably need them at this moment. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the elderberry zinc and get the Manuka honey lozenges, very high quality. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. Get the structural nanosilver soaps. I have charcoal tea tree in stock right now. Get a couple bars for your household. They're very high quality, way better than that chemically laden crap that you buy over at the grocery store. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. It behooves you to get a bunch of products so you save on the shipping and you save with using the discount. Lastly, I have very, 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 that's a lot of berries, very high quality deodorants. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and you can get it in citrus. This is made by Rainbow Herbals. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've created these deodorants to get a dual purpose product in your hands that is very high quality. You use it as a deodorant for males and females, but you also can detoxify your body because of the ingredients that are in these. So it's a dual purpose. Use it every day, male and female, and also detoxify your body at the same time. Extremely high quality. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. You're not going to be able to find any deodorant of this caliber, this quality, anywhere in the world other than at Rainbow Herbals or my store. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Say it with me, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the deodorants, use discount 5, all caps, number 5, you get $5 off. All right, with that said, let's see what Al Jazeera is talking about this moment.
Their victory. And despite Gaza now being unrecognizable, its fabric of life completely pulverized, as the Israeli captives started to be released after 15 months of war. Countless Hamas fighters emerged in front of the cameras in pristine uniforms with vehicles and weapons. They show a force sending a very clear and deliberate message. Stephanie Decker, Al Jazeera.
And traffic has been increasing through the day as Palestinians wait to move through the Netzarim corridor. But as Hani Mahmoud found out, there have been some challenges along the way.
So we just joined the crowd here that is waiting for the inspection point to open and to allow more of a free movement for the vehicles on the other side. Those are the displaced people here in the southern and the central area of the Gaza Strip, waiting for the inspection point to open so they can move to the northern part of the strip. If you see on the other side, that's the other route that is already open for vehicles to move from the northern part of the strip back to the central and the southern part of the strip. And as of now, the security personnel are approaching the checkpoint. They're going to remove the barbed wire and the barrier here to allow for people to move into the other side of the corridor. So now for almost 10 minutes, we haven't seen any of these vehicles moving, and as we went down to check what's going on, there's a huge traffic jam at the inspection point. People have been pouring into the area since early hour of this morning. The security personnel at the inspection point made them to wait and trying to figure out how to make this large crowd, a large flow of vehicles moving smoothly between the northern part and Gaza and the southern part of the strip. There is already a small space available, and what they're trying to do now is to make people wait until they reopen one of the routes that will cause later on more of a smooth flow of movement for people between the two points.
Hala Al-Khatib is a writer whose home was partly destroyed when the Netzarim corridor was established in the early months of the war, and she joins us now from Nusret refugee camp in Gaza. Hala, nice to have you on the programme with us. Before we talk about the situation right now, can you tell us what the situation was like when you had to leave your home?
Hi, I'm Hala Al-Khatib. Actually, we didn't have to leave our home just once. The situation wasn't good from the beginning of the war. The first time we had to leave our home was when our neighborhood was targeted, because there was a building that was high that you can see the corridor from it. So they targeted it suddenly at the middle of the day. Then we had to leave our home, and we were injured, me and my sisters and my nephews. That was the first time. The second time, when they told us to leave, and we're trying to stay at our home, as we can't leave our home that easy. We tried to stay at home, but they were the airstrikes was constantly all day since the morning and at night. We had to leave our home when we couldn't even live our daily life. We couldn't go out from the door. We couldn't open a window. The quadcopters was next to the windows to see any movement at the homes. And when you turn on any light, the quadcopter will target you.
In those two scenarios, when you tried to leave and you had to leave, you're giving us a very clear idea about the bombing around you and about the quadcopters around you. Can you just tell us how intense the fighting was for not just you, but also for your neighbours? What sort of stories were they telling you about snipers, about bombing, about quadcopters, about what Israel was doing to you on the ground?
Yeah, from day one from the war, we didn't know that the area facing our home was chosen to establish Netzarim. At the beginning of the war, the airstrikes wouldn't stop there. They were trying to damage every.
For the ones that are watching the live stream on YouTube, I've also set the live stream on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, if you prefer to see it there. And you can also listen through X Spaces. I've set that up. I've also set up the call-in. So if you want to give me your opinion about the news, great. Ask a question. It's supposed to be interactive. Thank you for joining. Good morning. Let's continue.
Yeah, because suddenly we started hearing the tanks the tanks' voice, the shelling. They tried very hardly to make us leave because our existence here, me and my neighbors at northern of Al-Nusayrat camp, was very dangerous to them. Even we didn't do anything.
So when you left, if you have left and you did leave, how long has it been since you've returned? And what is the status of your home right now?
Actually, we left at the first time. We have returned to our home after 2 weeks. We couldn't be away, stay away from it. Our neighbors told us there's just one from our neighbors who stayed in the area. We called him and he said that the situation has become better. So we returned to our home, and better was to him not the better thing that we were expecting. He has lived many hard days. The soldiers has advanced to the area, and then when they has returned to their places, he told us that it became better. But we came to another fact that the army and soldiers advance every day at night. When the midnight comes to the sunshine, when the sun shines, they will advance, and we can't move at our homes. We can't make any movement, and we don't why. We didn't know why. We didn't know why then, but they were extending the corridor.
Indeed, we are being told now.
Okay, I'm gonna pivot to two videos. One is Netanyahu talking. I think it's on Fox News, and then I'm gonna pivot to a quick video on China. So let me go to the Fox News video first.
It's not a hobby. It's your empire.
Now, this is Mark.
Am I right or wrong that a lot of the Arab nations are rooting for Israel? That is, they want nothing to do with Iran. They want nothing to do with Iran surrogates. They want nothing to do, honestly, taking Palestinians. But I noticed when the fighting began and everything, they didn't join in to help Iran or Hezbollah or anybody else for that matter. I don't want you to reveal anything that's secret, obviously, but I get the feeling that a lot of these countries are rooting for you, no?
You know, what is said publicly and what is said privately are two different things, obviously. But they understand. Look, I've noticed this change already before the Abraham Accords. I mean, I saw that the Arab world had undergone a fundamental change. They recognize that their enemy is not Israel, but Israel is really their ally against their real enemy, which is Iran and its various proxies.
This is what I've been saying about Jacob, Ishmael, and the positive side of Esau aligning for a better future for everybody. Some people call it the Messianic age, blah, 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 blah. And then the other side is this negative Esau that the Satan is attached to. All right? That's what's going on here. Now, in modern parlance, it's basically the Western world in general, because part of the Western world actually is negative, the negative part of Esau. But you have Western world aligning with Jacob, Israel. You have Ishmael, Saudi Arabia, aligning with Jacob. And it's fighting this, Islamic terror that's tied with Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. And then that also is in the some of the general, not all, but some of the general population within Lebanon, Syria, Iran, and Gaza, West Bank. But not all of the people in Gaza are negative Esau. That's the wrong way to take this. But when you're dealing with this Islamic terror, trying to take away what is rightfully Jacob's to prevent Jacob from building the machine, from building the temple, all right, to rebooting the machine. That has been Esau's modus operandi ever since he was born. And this is going to end where Esau dies. Esau negative dies. The body of Esau, the animalistic aspect of Esau, and every soul root that's tied to it will die. So do you think that Ishmael, do you think the Western world, do you think some of the Arab countries that are tied to positive Esau or Ishmael are going to say that they're actually in alignment with Jacob to kill the negative side of Esau, where Satan is attached to? Of course not. They're not going to say that in public. They're going to say that in private. And not only that, you just look at this from an economic standpoint. Do you think that the current situation, if just Gaza just remains the way it is, where it's, they just, live the way they are living in Gaza, even if they individually rebuild their strip, do you really think that that's going to be an economic hub of activity? Do you think that there's going to be peace and prosperity in that region? Do you really think that there's going to be tons of FDI flows, foreign direct investment into that region? No, it's never going to happen from the Western world side, nor from the Saudi Arabia side. There has to be stability in the region. Now, it's obvious that the Gazans don't want stability. It's that you got to kill negative Esau. It was written down thousands of years ago. That's what's going to happen. And we're seeing it playing out in the news right now. Now, I went long last night talking about this very subject matter on episode 104. And had a great conversation with Don on X Spaces, doing deep dives about, the metaphysics of what I'm talking about here.
And that's how we got the Abraham Accords. We just needed somebody to broker it, finish the job, which is what President Trump did. And it's the same thing now. They understand that the threat is Iran and its proxies, much wounded, much diminished, some of them decimated. But the equation hasn't changed. But of course, I won't quote this or that leader. I'll give them their space for deniability.
You mentioned civilian casualties. We've had expert after expert, John Spencer, the man from West Point, who's an expert on these issues. The Israeli military has done more than any military.
You have Scott Ritter still thinks that Israel's going to fail. All right. Now, who's been more accurate? This weapons expert called Scott Ritter, which he's done a yeoman's work dealing with, looking for the weapons of mass destruction and all that. But the thing is, he's been 100% wrong with Israel. He's missing a key point. And that is, there is a metaphysical blessing that's coming down to Jacob at the positive side of Esau and to Ishmael for the great alignment to take place. And it doesn't matter how much experience of military doctrine you have. As long as you don't fear, as long as you're not hubris, and as long as you don't pay attention to the international community that's tied to Satan, you will be victorious. And this is the point that Mearsheimer and Scott Ritter and all the people that have been talking negative about the military operations by Israel, they all failed. Their assessment totally failed. And what I was saying in 2023, right after October 7th, has played out. And it's not like I'm some genius. It's not like that I, have some sort of, this great insight. It's been written down for thousands of years that this was going to happen. But obviously these experts didn't bother to open up the books like the Zohar. Scott Ritter is wrong with what just happened. The next stage is more land, within Israel that's more tied with the biblical borders. My understanding of the biblical borders that we're talking about here is this is an important concept to pay attention to. You have Israel in the context of the Bible with biblical borders, but there's also the borders of King David, and there is what is called the Greater Israel, and then there is this more a smaller section of Israel. Now, the way my understanding how this works is that the greater boundaries are actually what was promised to Abraham. There was a lesser boundary that was established by King David. Now, when I'm saying that these boundaries are going to grow, I'm saying that they're going to grow to the King David boundaries, not the greater Israel boundaries at this stage in the process. I think the greater boundaries, which includes parts of Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, that's going to happen, I think, closer to the actual messianic initiation date or after that. I'm not sure. But the period that we're in, it's going to be the King David boundaries, closer to the King David boundaries. But there is a larger boundary that has been set and promised to Abraham. Now, how that happens, I'm not sure. You know, it could be war, it could be through peace, it could be through economic activity. Maybe that whole region ends up becoming unified into some sort of federalism. I don't know. I'm not sure. But it's important to understand there's a greater Israel. And Mearsheimer, his definition of greater Israel is the King David boundaries. That's not greater Israel. Greater Israel is way bigger than that. Way bigger. It's a big chunk of Saudi Arabia. It's all of Jordan, or most of Jordan. It's parts of Syria, parts of Lebanon, parts of Iraq. I think this thing always goes all the way into pieces of Iran. It's pretty big. It's a big section. But that's not the phase that we're in. We're in the King David phase.
We record keep it to protect civilians of an enemy country or enemy entity. And yet they keep that propaganda going. Hamas does, the New York Times uses it, CNN uses it, they use it all over the world. I mean, that's got to be so frustrating because I think this helps drive the anti-Semitism, no?
You're absolutely right. It's a web of lies. For example, they declared me in this kangaroo court called the ICC. They declared me a war criminal, right? And what am I charged with? That we deliberately starved the population of Gaza, right? Which is completely false. I mean, we gave instructions early on, not only to get them out of harm's way, but also to supply humanitarian supplies like food, water, whatever. But here's the thing. We took thousands of Palestinian Hamas prisoners, okay? You know what the first thing you do when you take a prisoner, a Palestinian Hamas prisoner? You want to make sure that he doesn't have an explosive belt on his, suicide belt. Okay, so you ask them to take their shirts off. So now we have photos of thousands of these prisoners who have, without their shirt, and you will not find not one emaciated. In fact, you'll find quite a few who are overweight because they eat, because there's no starvation. And also, they don't exercise. You don't get much exercise in the tunnels, like these terror tunnels that they built. So this is completely false. It's outrageous. I mean, these charges in the press are outrageous, and when they come from the International Criminal Court, it's outrageous. Not only because they compare Israel, a democratic country which has the highest standards of fighting a just war with just means, and they compare us to this monstrous terrorist organization of Hamas. It's not only because of that. It's outrageous because the charges are false. So you've got this assault coming in from lawfare on the one side, international lawfare, on the other side, international media, American media. It's outrageous. I just met with a group of leading American journalists, and I said, you know, it's your job to get to the facts. You can't buy this nonsense.
People need to wake up. Something big's coming. Something big's coming, and I've been saying this since a while, since late 2023. All right. ICE raids create New York City ghost towns. Let's go to Cash Jordan. He's probably
Let's call a timeout against him together.
Cash Jordan, I would say, is the best street journalist dealing with the illegal immigration issue and the housing crisis and the cost of living in New York City. Bar none, in terms of independent journalists. Does excellent work. Yeah, but the thing is, there is one caveat that I have. I can't stand his soundtrack. I hate hip hop. I hate rap. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Cash Jordan, if you're watching, cut the soundtrack.
Why would I use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to do things myself. I can't trust anything else to do.
President Trump's immigration crackdown means bringing law and order.
So with President Trump's immigration crackdowns underway, certain areas of town are a lot quieter than they used to be, with local store owners revealing a notable decrease in the amount of customers they're seeing, while saying some of their employees are scared they could be spotted by ICE and deported if they come to work. However, New York is not the only city in America where immigration activity is creating ghost towns, and it certainly might not be the last.
Promises made, promises kept, with President Trump taking immediate action on his top campaign focus, fighting illegal immigration. And as ICE closes in on migrants,
see what I mean? This music, I'm telling you, I'm Gen X. I'm sorry, I like the 80s. I can't stand this music.
Hoods are now turning into ghost towns.
Susan Pichardo, who manages a Bronx bodega, says fewer undocumented workers are showing up for their shifts and significantly less foot traffic. She calls it the 2025 pandemic, but this time an immigration pandemic.
There's a lot of criminals. Now the streets is more safe. You can see, you can walk now.
Yeah, they'll be afraid. They'll be calling me and asking, Fran, are they gonna come to the store?
A lot of fear, says this man from Ecuador. It's the kind of fear humanitarians are pushing back on, especially those who wish to protect the sanctuary sentiment.
But the reality is 65% of Americans strongly support deporting immigrants convicted of violent crimes. Some bodega owners are looking to hire employees, in this case documented employees, because they need to keep moving the economy.
All right, before we continue on with Cash Jordan, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen peptides. This has a awesome amino acid profile. You can take a look at it on my store, the label. Read it at your leisure. Get the collagen, help build better joint health, improve your bone density and your bone health. Your skin can be improved, your hair, your nails. Really important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this collagen peptide. It has a big scooper. You take it every day. You mix it with soft foods, or with some people mix it with milk or a smoothie or filtered water. I mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt. Take it every day. Do some resistance training. Really get that bone density going. Help with that joint health. Improve the health and the strength of your tendons and your ligaments. Improve your cartilage, and by doing this, your overall skin will also improve. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen peptides. Very high quality product. It's a powder. You get a big scooper. Take it once a day.
Immigration crackdowns are causing mainstream political panic, with some suggesting they'll lead to a smoothie shortage. But what nobody in the open borders crowd wants you to remember is that 4 years ago, before the largest migration event in U.S. history, we had a reasonably well-functioning country, which was a lot safer. Because it wasn't a hiding place for gang members and dangerous individuals, the very people Homeland Security is now after, with mass raids taking place in sanctuary cities all across the country. But these raids are turning certain New York neighborhoods into ghost towns, with business owners and residents saying the streets feel much quieter. But that brings up some uncomfortable questions and possibilities, like where did people living in the country without the right to work earn all of the money they were spending at these businesses? Were they earning money in a manner connected to the criminal underground by committing crimes, shoplifting, reselling stolen goods, or worse? And those businesses, by complaining to the news that immigration raids have scared away their employees, they've just admitted to illegally hiring and employing people who can't legally work and may be in the country without permission. Which brings us to the real reason why certain parts of New York are turning into ghost towns by allowing over 400,000 people to live in this city without permission to be in the U.S. An entire economic system has been created, which is illegal and exploits everyone who's part of it. In fact, I spoke to one restaurant worker who said their boss was hiring newly arrived asylum seekers off the books for far below minimum wage so they could save money. On top of that, if you walk down the streets of our working class neighborhoods, you'll see unlicensed street vendors all over the place, some of whom sell products that still have the price tags on them from the stores they were stolen from, which get handed to them in suitcases by a group of men, making you wonder if some of the people spreading out items on blankets are there by choice or not. But as you're about to see, even though immigration raids are putting an end to an illegal system of exploitation, predatory businesses and immigration advocates are very upset about it for some reason.
This rental will absolutely be worth it.
It's in mixed condition. Totally worth it.
So, what do you...
So here we have your local bodegas, convenience stores, coffee shops, and restaurants. And in some parts of New York, businesses like these now complain that they've got staffing problems and customer problems at the exact same time. And they say it's because of a prevailing sense of fear in immigrant communities over recent Homeland Security activity. But if what these businesses say is true, and both the customers and employees at some of these places aren't supposed to be here, who exactly is benefiting from a system that is in violation of federal immigration law?
We went to bodegas in Washington Heights. Then came over here to the Bronx. Less money coming in, employees not showing up are some of the things that we heard. But for Johan Mencias, ice raids are already making a positive impact in our neighborhoods.
I know there's a lot of good people too, I feel bad for them, but it's gotta be done. We gotta clean up. I got 2 daughters, my daughter.
Wow, so as it turns out, the residents of this neighborhood do not benefit from businesses who break the law and hire people who aren't supposed to be in the country. And they're saying their neighborhoods now feel a lot safer because of these recent immigration crackdowns. But even though residents seem to be happy now, local businesses that were hiring these folks are not. But the crazy thing about that is by hiring people who don't have a right to work and paying them less than fair wages, those workers are being exploited, and so is the local neighborhood, which now has less jobs available for its residents. And how do we know that these businesses hiring people with no legal right to be in the country aren't holding that status over them, or using it to coerce them to come into work in the first place, possibly as leverage to get them to work in unsafe, unsanitary conditions or do things they wouldn't otherwise? But there's another problem, because in New York, you've got over 400,000 people who don't have a legal right to remain in America yet. Because this is a sanctuary city, they're allowed to do that, but they've got to get by somehow. They've got to work, they've got to buy food, clothing, provide for themselves. And they can only do this if groups are willing to help them break the law. And some of those groups are gangs. And one of these gangs, this Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, they've had a bunch of high-profile members taken down recently. But this is a gang that made its way to New York during the asylum crisis, where it's been growing its criminal reach by exploiting people who may have entered the country but can't live or work here in a legal manner, and now find themselves needing to help criminals to get things like fake IDs or fake working papers, which they could be using to trick legitimate businesses into hiring them, revealing that even if companies don't knowingly hire people who aren't supposed to be here, they could still be forced to shut down if they do, which apparently might happen to some small businesses in certain parts of New York.
There's a lot of criminals. Now streets are more safe. You can see, you can walk.
Susan Pichardo, who manages a Bronx bodega, says Fewer undocumented workers are showing up for their shifts, and significantly less foot traffic. She calls it the 2025 pandemic, but this time an immigration pandemic.
So the manager of this one bodega in the Bronx says that this crackdown has turned New York City into what it was in 2020 when the streets were completely empty and desolate. That's quite a statement, but it also reveals that most of the business at her store was due to illegal activity, both on the part of the employees and the customers. And it also means that her store might not be able to stay open if that illegal activity disappears. Now look, I'm a business owner myself, and a store shutting down is never something anybody should be excited about. But if you've got a business and all of the people working there aren't supposed to be in the country and neither are the customers, who exactly is benefiting from that business other than the owners? And how are all of these customers who don't have legal work authorization able to afford the things in the store? They had to have been getting their money from somewhere, and these places are tiny. They can't employ 400,000 people, which means some of the business these stores were getting is related to criminal activity in other parts of the city. And there's no way around that. If somebody does not have legal work permission, the only way to get a job is to do it in an illegal way. And in some cases, that involves more than just working off the books. It involves shoplifting, which is a big problem in New York, because retail theft has been decriminalized, and there are markets all over town where people were just reselling stuff on the sides of the street. On top of that, you've got restaurants full of health code violations renting themselves out to people to just use. And apparently you've got people making food and selling it all over town, totally under the radar of the health department. And the restaurant in question here did not have a satisfactory inspection grade like this place does. In fact, soon after this article came out,
that surprised me. I didn't know that they were cooking food at restaurants and then selling it illegally.
Down, which means people eating that food could have gotten sick. And if people are buying food prepared in an unsafe, unlicensed restaurant, that just hurts legitimate businesses like this while making the streets of these neighborhoods much less safe.
We are victims.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and exclusive access to all things VIP. So you can super fan.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of people let me just, the ones that are watching YouTube, the live stream, and even in the recording. All right, just a reminder, I do have X Spaces open, so you can do a call in. So please be there, request the mic. You can ask questions or just listen in through X Spaces. It's supposed to be interactive. I had someone that was in the X Spaces. They wanted the mic and then they left. So I was going to give them the mic, but come back if you're listening. Just a quick point here. Everyone's so concerned about the bread and circus with the Super Bowl. Meanwhile, we got lots of other problems that are really important to pay attention to. And very little of it has to do with overpaid football players, Taylor Swift, Doritos, and the satanic rituals during the halftime. The Super Bowl is not that important. What is important is what the Federal Reserve is going to do with interest rates. What is important is what's going on in the Middle East. What is important is what's going on with the PLA and the CCP's further expansionism on Taiwan. That's way more important than the Super Bowl. I guarantee you that. But we'll have a lot of people just want to buy into the bread and circus. And guess what? A lot of these people that are buying into the bread and circus with the Super Bowl, unfortunately, in the United States, a big percentage of you guys are the negative side of Esau, and you're not going to be on the other side when all this plays out. Bread and circus, but focusing on bread and circus, there will be ramifications down the road.
Victims of those criminals. Fernando Mateo says President Trump is making bodegas safer by doing what the criminal justice system has failed to do.
Now, if you've committed a crime, I recommend, other than enter the country illegally, that you look for another place to work, because if they come looking for you.
So this guy right here is the president of the United Bodega Workers of America, and every time something happens in New York that's controversial involving a bodega, He's there to stick up for these people every time they get robbed, every time they get raided, every time criminals enter their stores and assault workers. And he says the stores he represents are victims of crime committed by people who aren't supposed to be here. And that's the problem that sanctuary cities have. They're okay with criminal activity as long as it's federal, but they don't seem to understand that by allowing one type of crime, they expose themselves to other types as well. And residents of the Bronx and Washington Heights can attest to this. They're out there saying that their streets were dangerous, all because illegal activity allowed and empowered a criminal element to dig in its heels and take over. And empowering criminals hurts the law-abiding in ways that are less obvious, but are very real for the people affected by them. And if jobs are being given away to people so businesses can break the law and save money, that's something we need to talk about, because it means that these businesses are taking job opportunities away from people who have to obtain them in a by-the-books manner.
Some bodega owners are looking to hire employees, in this case documented employees, because they need to keep moving the economy. In the Bronx, I'm Elias and Marte.
So look at that. These businesses, now that their employees won't come to work, they've decided that they're going to obey the law and hire people who are on the books, which is going to be good news for people who need their first job and can't get it. And while the immigration activist crowd is out there protesting these raids as being cruel and unnecessary, these very same activists never protested businesses who exploited their workers at the expense of the law-abiding, who they wouldn't hire. However, the open borders crowd is very upset about this, and they've got no intention of staying quiet about it, even though it benefits the very people trying to make it in America, immigrants, who they claim they're advocating for.
With background play on the YouTube Music app, you can play official tracks and live recordings in the background while you up.
So as a sanctuary city, New York is in a very strange place. Yes, these ICE raids are getting dangerous individuals, criminals, gang members off our streets. But you've got an entire group of people here who are very proud of New York's sanctuary city status, probably because they don't understand how much harm it's doing. But nonetheless, these are people who are very upset that any of this activity here is taking place, and they want it to stop.
Deportations undermine city families, they undermine city communities, and they undermine public safety. And so what our laws say is that the city is going to divorce itself from what it sees as misguided federal immigration enforcement efforts.
So this professor on the news describing this viewpoint of sanctuary city protections, maybe he holds it himself, maybe he doesn't, but the fact of the matter is, it's the working class neighborhoods that are experiencing most of the crime related to all of what we're talking about today. And none of the gang activity plaguing the Bronx or Washington Heights is present in places like Cobble Hill or the West Village. And these raids and crackdowns are something that people who live in these neighborhoods are very happy about. And while activists are out there talking about how terrible these raids are, none of the people who live in these neighborhoods are listening to them. And some of the people taken down in these raids are extremely dangerous. They've been caught trying to buy military-grade assault weapons. And this gang activity is certainly not a mystery to New York's leaders. They know that a lot of gang-related activity is taking place in shelters like the Randall's Island facility that is in the process of being shut down. You'll find wanted posters outside, and the city knows there are gang members living in these places, taking them over, co-opting them. But because this is a sanctuary city with a right to shelter, the city has plans right now to open a new 2,200 person shelter in the Bronx, while all of this immigration related activity is taking place in that very same neighborhood.
Tough questions from area organic staff here at this contentious Bronx Community Board 1 meeting. Things got worse when the mayor's chief of staff revealed the decision to open a 2,200 bed.
So I can answer the first guy's question. It's a no. Nobody gets screened at all. The city's not doing background checks before it moves people into its shelters. That's how you've got gang members living down the hall in some cases from families with little kids. And since we're a sanctuary city with a right to shelter, that automatically means that nobody can be denied that right regardless of past or current criminal activity. That's how these dangerous gangs were able to make their way into these shelters in the first place. Nobody checks to see if they were thugs. And after this place opens, because this is a sanctuary city, the police will not be allowed inside it to keep it safe and make sure there aren't gang members operating openly with weapons. But by advocating for a halt to any immigration crackdowns in New York, these advocates fail to realize that they're advocating against protecting protecting people who do have a valid reason to be here. Some of the asylum seekers in these shelters do have valid claims, but by allowing gang members and criminals to live next to them, everyone's in danger. And now things are so bad, criminal activity is spilling out of these shelters into our neighborhoods, with gang members committing crime all over town and exploiting people. On top of that, New York does not have unlimited shelter space, which means that some of these facilities are housing gang members while people who could be legitimate asylum seekers are out sleeping in tents on the street somewhere.
A lot of fear, said this man from Ecuador. It's the kind of fear humanitarians are pushing back on, especially those who wish to protect the sanctuary sentiment.
We've been dealing with hysteria of mass deportation of people feeling that any local law enforcement.
So this guy from Ecuador who partially showed his face on the news, is he here legally? Because if he is, he's got nothing to worry about. But if he thinks he's not here legally, he probably isn't, and he could be at risk for getting deported. But even though we've got advocates that are scaring people with this thought of mass deportations, when Trump took office, ICE only had around 6,000 agents who could even act in a deportation capacity. The resources simply are not there to deport millions of people from America. And even though ICE is now allowed to enter sensitive areas like schools, hospitals, churches, that's not what's happening. Federal agents are not camped up outside of an elementary school. Instead, the reason ghost towns are popping up in this city is because of targeted removals of people who are dangerous and also have orders of removal from this country and are here profiting at the expense of the law-abiding. What do you think about that? Are these raids in New York City having a positive effect on neighborhoods that were previously taken over by criminals? Are people in the country unlawfully forced to subject themselves to the criminal underworld in some fashion to get by? And does that empower and embolden people who put all of us in danger? Let me know. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next
ICE raids in New York and anywhere is going to be a positive long-term benefit because you're getting rid of the criminals that are here illegally. And not only that, it sets in motion getting rid of not just the criminal illegal immigrant, but the illegal immigrant. Now, some of them, maybe, through some sort of amnesty, maybe through reprocessing, they leave the country and then come back through legal channels and they can get processed into the country. Maybe, there should be some opportunity for those types that haven't, done illegal activity other than being an illegal immigrant. Maybe. But the thing is that we need to solve this problem. It's a huge problem. It's not just the crime, but it's also the services that are being drained from the city. We could use those services, those resources to help our elderly that are here legally, to help our veterans that served in foreign wars. We are underserving our elderly and our veterans, and it is a shame. But we're willing to give tons of resources, tons of services to illegal immigrants. It's just wrong. It's just totally wrong. Our elderly can't afford food. Our elderly can't afford their medication. Our veterans are in need. We take care of our own first. Get rid of the illegal immigrants. They are draining the system. Not only that, there is huge problems with crime. So ICE raids in New York City is a good thing, a very good thing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic either in the veggie cap form or in the powdered version. I prefer the powdered version because I mix it with a bunch of other powders like the collagen, like the boomer boost, like the barley, like the lignans. But I mix it into my hummus or yogurt, and that's a great way to take it. Now, so mix it with soft foods. You could just take it with filtered water or put it in a smoothie. It's up to you. But I prefer the powder. It's just easier for me to use. But some people prefer the veggie cap version. But taking a good probiotic is really important for your gut biome. You get better metabolism. You'll be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to improve your immune system. You're going to bring down inflammation. Your liver is going to perform better. That means you're detoxifying your body better. You're going to have more mental acuity. You're going to sleep better. Your skin is going to be better. You're going to lower the incidences of depression because poor gut biome causes, potentially depression. There's some research that's starting to come out that, poor gut biome could also be associated with dementia. So, or Alzheimer's or, other neurological problems. So a good gut biome for many of your organ systems is really important. All right. You really need a good gut biome. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic in the powdered form or in the veggie cap form. Very high quality. Use discount 5. You get $5 off. Now, another great product that I have that you should be taking every day is zeolite. Zeolite removes heavy metals, toxins, chemicals from your body. First, what you want to do is look at your house. Are there chemicals in your basement, in your garage, in your closets or cupboards where it could disrupt your immune system or your endocrine system? Many of these cleaning chemicals that we have in the house or paints or solutions, for, let's say, lawn care or whatever. These sorts of things can disrupt your endocrine system or your immune system. So you have to, if you have to have them in your house, you have to put them in packaging and boxes that are double layered to prevent them to getting into the air so you're not breathing them. Next thing you need to do is, after you canvass your household and try to mitigate the chemicals around you, filter your water and reduce your intake of processed foods, because many processed foods have chemicals in them that disrupt your immune system and your endocrine system. All right, once you do that, then take the zeolite, take it every day, take 2 small drops underneath your tongue, drink filtered water, do that every day throughout the year. Now, some people prefer to do a detox, a little bit more intense detox, once or twice a year. To do that, take the zeolite, take 5 small drops, 4 to 5 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, do that every day until the bottle's done, and then do that once or twice a year. But it's better if you do a maintenance every day. Now, how it works is zeolite will bind to the toxin or the chemical, and it'll allow you to urinate it out in 6 to 8 hours. So do this on a regular basis and mitigate your exposure, and you're going to be able to detoxify your body. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the zeolite. Use discount 5, all caps, the number 5. You get $5 off, discount 5. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get healthy. This is a great way to do it. Not just does zeolite get rid of these chemicals and toxins and heavy metals, but it'll also get rid of forever chemicals. But you have to be vigilant, and you have to be continuous. Vigilance in terms of your exposure, and continuous with filtering out these toxins out of your body. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, with that, let's take a look at, I wanted to play the Chinese video, and I lost it. It was a Chinese, sometimes you find a good video and then you lose it. It was China. It was about the China economy. Oops. Found it from BBC. Here we go.
And they're even ahead of the rise of Chinese AI chatbot DeepSeek has taken the world by storm. But as part of
My speaker died on it. Hold on.
a few. And it's not
Is becoming prominent in many other areas of tech.
US President Donald Trump has warned that a new AI chatbot from...
And they're even ahead of the general league. Chinese AI chatbot DeepSeek has taken the world by storm. But it's part of a wider trend. Chinese apps are rising up the charts around the world. TikTok, CapCut, Shein, Temu, to name a few. And it's not just on our phones. China is becoming dominant in many other areas of tech. Look at cars. It's overtaken the previous epicenters of motoring, selling more than any other country, thanks to hit electric car makers like BYD. A lot of this success comes from China being the world's biggest battery maker now too. And solar panels. China's responsible for an estimated 80 to 95% of the global supply chain. By 2028, it's predicted that 60% of the world's renewable energy will be generated in China. In drones too, China rules the skies. Next time you hear that buzzing above your head, there's a 70% chance it's a DJI drone made in the city of Shenzhen. 3 of the world's top 10 drone makers are Chinese. In the futuristic world of quantum computers, Chinese scientists publish more quantum-related research papers annually than any other country. And they're even ahead of the general leaders, the US, in some areas of quantum computing development. And it's the same picture in AI. Chinese AI firms now issue more patents than any other country, and the rise of DeepSeek shows it's capable of challenging the dominant US giants with products too. So how has China done all this? Well, it's all part of a long-term plan. In 2015, the Chinese government set out an ambitious project called Made in China 2025. It wanted to move away from being the world's factory for low-cost goods to a global tech leader responsible for its own supply chain of cutting-edge tech.
Made in China 2025, in my opinion, was largely very successful. So in many industries, like China is catching up with the leading edge. And in some industries, China even leading EV cars and 5Gs, batteries, solar energies. Now even in the AI, JAI, China become one of the players.
Across 10 target technologies, the plan set out more than 250 mini goals. And according to analysis from South China Morning Post, 86% of them have been ticked off. Some targets, like electric vehicles and renewable energy production, have far exceeded the targets. South China Morning Post is sometimes accused of being pro-China, but Made in China 2025 has been hailed a success by many other analysts too. So how has China done it?
What China has been moderately successful, at least, and some would say incredibly successful at doing, is using its sort of state-backed capitalism system, whereby the government really sets a research agenda, sets a funding agenda, bringing foreign researchers and enticing them to stay in China, or at least to give their innovations and ideas over to Chinese companies, requiring businesses from outside of China oftentimes to set up joint ventures with Chinese ventures. These are all sort of tools that China has used to help achieve these ambitions.
According to US Congress research, the Chinese government planned to raise or spend $1.5 trillion on grants for research, development, or buying foreign companies. According to the report, more than $627 billion had been spent by 2020. Research centers sprung up in city hubs, centered around various technologies. Also, the US and its allies have accused China of shortcutting some of its tech innovation by stealing intellectual property through hacking. For example,
you're starting to see the emergence of AI arms race between Western powers and the CCP. And most likely, this next war with Taiwan between the United States and China is going to be heavily dealing with drones, new technologies that are integrated in the Navy, and artificial intelligence, and autonomous social learning devices within the weapons space. But you know what? Look at all that money you made back right after Lehman crash, and all that hot money went to Asia and into China to build up their manufacturing. And you bought products from Walmart because it was cheap. And you built up the CCP and the PLA. And now we gotta have to spend even more money to ramp up our military, develop new technologies, so the Forbidden City is completely wiped off of the face of the earth. But thank you, Walmart, for giving us cheap goods. Thank you, Middle America, for not paying attention to what was really going on in the United States. Where big money gutted our manufacturing base.
For US aircraft makers, China has always denied this. Made in China 2025 got so successful that after just a few years, the government stopped using the term as it was antagonizing rivals. But it was too late.
Over the years, the West have imposed restrictions and sanctions on China regarding sensitive technologies. But this huge external threat has weakened up the Chinese and kind of
this is tied to the 1,000 talent program, trying to find talent in the United States and get that technology transfer. That was a big part of 2020. Remember Lieber, from Harvard, the chemist that made $1.5 million selling his country down the river. I'm telling you, war path against the CCP. But, there's a lot of people that voted for Trump and they think that just be a pacifist. Let's just focus on our own domestic policy. And a lot of that is important to focus on the domestic. But you also have to realize the existential threat that is happening in Asia. The CCP is an existential threat on one, our hegemonic power in the Pacific, two, our technological dominance, and three, if they win, guess what? There's going to be a lot of socialists in the United States. They're going to be pushing a communistic political model. Now, do you really want that? I would much rather see China's Forbidden City totally destroyed.
A self-sufficiency strategy in this advanced technology. There's an old saying in China, life always finds its own way out.
Huawei is a great example of this. In around 2019, it was top of the world in 5G equipment. It had a huge market share in mobile phones too. All of that took a major hit though when the US led widespread sanctions against the company, citing national security concerns around spying. Huawei's market share shrank and it couldn't get the microchips it needed to keep innovating. But it pivoted into microchip manufacturing and is now a major player in that too. In 2023, it released a phone with a microchip far beyond what the rest of the world thought was possible for the company or the country. A similar situation happened with the viral new chatbot DeepSeek. The firm says it couldn't get the most powerful chips to train its models, so it says it made do with older ones and innovated new techniques. They built the impressive bot for far less money with far less kit. For the US, it came as a shock.
DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call for our industries that we need to be laser focused on competing to win.
TikTok too has taken the
that is true. If what DeepSeek did is true, which we're not sure yet, but let's just say it is true. It's a Sputnik moment, and America needs to wake up. We got a lot of stupid people in our country. We got a lot of people focusing on the bread and circus at the Super Bowl. You want to know what the real Super Bowl is? What's playing out with the geopolitics in the Pacific Rim? That's the real Super Bowl. You got stupid Americans focused on the bread and circus.
It's the first non-US social network to succeed in the last 10 years. Its enormous success is under the spotlight, though, and under threat from potential intervention by the US on national security grounds. But Shein and Temu are proving worthy challengers in e-commerce now, too, thanks to combining China's cheap goods with innovative app technology. But China hasn't succeeded in all its 2025 goals. It's still years behind other countries in chip making, with progress set to get even worse thanks to more sanctions and controls. Plus, the US government and private firms are throwing hundreds of billions of dollars into staying ahead in chip tech.
This increased research and development funding to ensure the United States leads the world in the industries of the future.
Well, that's gone.
And in January, the US celebrated a commitment from tech giants to invest a potential $500 billion into infrastructure for AI.
And it's all taking place right here in America.
Other industrialized countries like Germany and Japan have also launched counter plans too, but there's no doubt.
If you're listening to me and you have children, I want you to focus on them becoming engineers. I want you to focus on them having an affinity to God, country, and family. I want you to cultivate them so they are the ones that usher in a future that is under freedom and prosperity, not under the tyranny of a one-party government, aka the CCP. That's what I want you to do. You have children, cultivate them. Cultivate them to be engineers. Not accountants, not MBAs, not lawyers, not doctors, not physicians. I want you to cultivate them to be engineers because that's where it's all going. The past constructs of success is not going to be the same in the future. And because we have a lot of people in our country that are stupid, that literally are stupid, our constitutional freedoms, our economic prowess, and our military hegemonic power is threatened now. And we're all at fault. We're all at fault. We're all at fault because we thought buying spatulas for 49 cents at Walmart was a good idea. All right, now I want to play. I'm playing Fox 24 right now, but I want to see what their news, what they're cycling there. I'm not sure if they go into break or they, not sure. All right, let me see if I, where are they playing? I think they're still talking about Gaza. All right, never mind about it. All right, I wanted to take a look at it. All right, this was 6 hours. This was published 6 hours ago. This was with Huckabee, and let's see what he has to say here.
Fox News contributors Jason Chaffetz and Joe Concha and Trump's nominee for U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, is with us. Let's start with you, Governor. Let's get your take. I can't, for the life of me, Governor, I do a lot of research every day, and I know Joni Ernst was looking for this information, the specifics.
If he does so much research, why does he sound like an uneducated, very highly paid media star? I'm not, even though I play a lot of Fox on the show, and I'm more aligned politically with Fox than obviously with CIA, CNN, but sometimes, he's not the brightest bulb in the room here.
And they wouldn't give it to her. And it's only because of Elon Musk and President Trump that we know this. What's your reaction to it? Because I'm angry.
Well, I just think you're wrong about some things, Sean. You said that this could be the most consequential president. I think he already has been in 3 weeks. I've never seen anything like it. I'm going to the emergency room later tonight because I have whiplash from what is happening at the White House. And the fact that they've taken things that have been sacred cows for a long time. Let's look at USAID. Look, I'm the first to admit that there are some things in USAID PEPFAR, for example, started with George W. Bush, saved millions of lives from AIDS. Good thing. But if you have a stew pot and you've cooked stew in it and it's been good, but then you start putting poison in there, you don't say, well, let's just keep serving because there's some good stuff at the bottom of the pot. You dump it all out, you clean the pot and scrub it good, and you just make stew and nothing but stew. That's what Trump is doing. I think it's the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. I never thought we would cut through some of this red tape and nonsense. But when these things are being discovered, let's let the Democrats go and scream at that guy at the door of the Department of Ed, who, by the way, I think was barred from Buckingham Palace because nobody has ever been so stoic. This guy's got a career wherever he wants to go. This is a great day in America today.
Supposedly taxpayer dollars that have been marked for savings through Doge. All right, from their live tracker, it's $36.73 billion so far that they found wasteful spending. $36.7 billion, and they just started.
You know, Jason, you were looking as a congressman for this type of reckless spending. And what's so sinister about this is they purposely hid it. They didn't put the specifics of where the money was really going. It was only when Elon got into was able to do that deep dive did we really find out. Because they knew the American people would be outraged by this, but they did it anyway.
Yeah, and look at what the Democrats are fighting for. They just can't give away the American money fast enough overseas. But what about the $36 trillion we're in debt? We spend almost $3 billion a day just servicing that. That's our interest, our daily interest payment. So you want more roads, bridges, infrastructure, all that? Guess what? You're spending $3 billion just trying to pay and service the debt. So they start throwing around this money. You got to be kidding me. And look, guys like me, I was on the Oversight Committee, I was the chair of the Oversight Committee. They wouldn't give us that information. We asked for that. I fought the USAID for years. They would never cough that up. And for Maxine Waters to show up at the front door and berate a federal public employee, I hope he sues their butt. Because there's no right for them to do that.
I think
if we do have in this
she was
country,
saying, take a good look at him. Everybody needs to look at him. Well, is she threatening him and his family?
I think it's a threat, and there's separation of powers. You can't, as a congressman, go over to the judiciary branch and start walking around saying, hey, where's Clarence? I want to just go check him out. You can't have the executive branch go walk into a member of Congress's office and go say, oh, I want to go meet with the staff. That's not the way it works in this country, Maxine Waters. And all of those other Democrats who just think it's funny to berate a guy who's probably got his own family, his own reputation. He doesn't need to be a national figure. Shame on her. That she should be censored by the House of Representatives.
There is no shame. She's the one that said, get in their faces, follow them into the store and the shops, etc. Joe,
and they want you to think that the Trump supporters are out of control. Like I said, the ultra liberals are destroying America because they're against God, country, and family. They have a mob mentality. They're focused on ultra liberalism. They're focused on taking things away from people and having this kind of one-party rule, very similar to communism. There's not much difference. Not much difference. People need to wake up. You an ultra-liberal, you're an enemy of the state. You know why? Because you're trying to destroy our country. You don't have an affinity towards God, country, and family. You want to destroy family. You want to destroy country. You don't even believe in God. Most people that are ultra-liberal. Big problem. But they want you to think that the Trump supporters are the ones that are dangerous. The right-wingers are dangerous. They're all Nazis. They want you to think that if you ask the government why you are spending that money, they think that you're after them. No, you're looking for accountability. And if there's impropriety, people need to be held accountable. But if there's a legitimate reason for spending that money or a legitimate reason for that job, that position in government, then so be it. But if the jobs no longer are warranted, if the positions are no longer in need with a restructuring, if you find wasteful spending or corruption, don't you think that we should stop that? But you have the ultra liberals saying, no, 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 because that's how they make their money. That's how they have their influence of power. Those are the conduits. They're like Hamas in a way. They dug tunnels. Hamas digs tunnels underground and under hospitals. It shoots rockets, and then Israel has to come in and destroy Hamas. And a lot of times there's collateral damage. And nonprofits, NGOs, UNRWA knew they were building hospitals on the top of tunnel systems that Hamas was using. They knew that. But Al Jazeera won't talk about that part. Well, something very similar is happening. The Democratic Party has dug tunnels and they built conduits within these agencies to shuttle corruption, to shuttle funds back and forth, and it's tied to the national security state. Not always, but some of this is. But if you go deep and you follow the money, you know who are the ones that are on trying to get the payola, who are on the take. They don't want people to know. Now, if you have someone that used to be a congressman asking for this information, you have USAID not giving the information and stonewalling, and having a Democrat executive branch not willing to push for transparency, then maybe we should shut down USAID. Maybe they should be radically restructured. Why should we shed tears that they're losing their jobs when their management wasn't willing to be transparent to Congress? That's the Super Bowl right there. Not the bullshit Brent circus that's going to be playing in a few hours from now.
There's a complicit group here, and that is the state-run legacy media mob. And that is, they are feigning all of this outrage. They are, right there with the Democrats and trying to demonize Elon Musk, who I think has done the country a great service, as well as the president.
In our resistance legacy media, Sean, every day is now Festivus. Every day in the pages of the Washington Post, the New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, CBS, NBC, ABC, every day in the Trump 2.0 era is an unhinged airing of grievances. It's a Festivus, just not for the rest of us. And to your point, they have no positive message. They don't have any objectivity in terms of the way that they're reporting this stuff. They go after Elon Musk and they try to character assassinate him, but nobody's talking about, the stuff that Elon Musk is finding. That's the story. If you're a journalist, it is such widespread corruption. I mean, I think we all knew.
Because the mainstream media, the papers, they're all liberal bias. They're all anti-Trump, or most of them are anti-Trump. They're very liberal bias, most of them. Even the business news, Bloomberg and Wall Street Journal and the Financial Times and Newsweek, they all have this negativeness about Trump. Heaven forbid that people actually are held accountable, even though that's what happens in corporate America every day of the week. When the recession hits, guess what? The bean counters come in and they go, how many people can we cut? What are the essential jobs? our revenues are going down. We need to cut expenses, blah, 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 blah. Why don't we do that in government? Oh, we'll just issue more bonds. When I heard someone as a consultant to the governor, Hochul, for reparations last year during Black, History Month, this was last year, she said, and I'm paraphrasing her, it doesn't matter how we get the money as long as the money is issued out. That she didn't care if it involved higher taxes or more debt issuance. And she was looking at the tune of like $50,000 a check not per household, per Black person. Now, that would bankrupt the country. And it's just flat out wrong. If you look at some of the concepts of Reconstructionism after the Civil War that Lincoln said right before his assassination. But they don't care. Because the ultra liberals think it's okay to just keep on printing and printing and printing and printing and issuing more debt and more debt and more debt and more debt until they break the system. And when they break the system, then what do we have? If we break the system, aren't we pissing on the graves of all of those soldiers that fought valiantly in all the wars that we were in? Revolution, the War of 1812, the Civil War, World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam. There's lots of wars in between. But the point I'm making is that the ultra-liberal is willing to destroy the golden goose. The goose that lays the golden egg. Because they think that if they get their payola through reparations, that everything is going to be great for them. But they don't realize that they'll actually break the system. Not only that, you're going to increase racism, not decrease racism. That's the problem. The ultra-liberals are out of control. There's wasteful spending, there's corruption, and they're trying to convince constituents for votes that they can get a big payout. Just blame Whitey. Just blame the male. Just blame institutional racism, and they'll get the big check.
In the first 19 days, what he is finding is just overwhelmingly devastating. And I love that Washington Post op-ed, by the way, that you read before, that Donald Trump is the most damaging president in the first 2 weeks of his presidency in history. Yeah, he's been damaging, all right, to the status quo, to government waste, to biological men competing against biological women in sports. He's been absolutely damaging to murderers and rapists in this country by signing the Laken-Riley Act.
And Trump needs to be pushing about not falling for this whole reparations bullshit.
Somehow 148 Democrats in Congress opposed. I mean, it's unbelievable. This is the position that they are taking. An overwhelming number of voters are screaming for major changes to the way government does business. All the waste, all the corruption out there in broad daylight. I mean, did you see? You had a nice list there before, but there was one that really caught my eye. USAID gave more than $300 million to a cement company in Gaza, owned by Hamas, which was used to build tunnels for them to house weapons, fighters, and eventually hostages, including Americans. But democracy is what I guess the Democrats are defending. But when they say they're defending democracy, they really mean they're defending bureaucracy, Sean.
And if they want to die on this hill and they want to be the party that protects, illegal immigrants and including cartel members, known terrorists, rapists, murderers, and gang members, let them be that party. If they want to be the party that's fighting for men to play in women's sports, let them be that party. If they want to be the party that supports all of the, all these American hard-earned tax dollars going abroad for their woke policies and Green New Deal, let them be that party because they'll never win another election ever. Guys, we appreciate your time.
The problem is you're talking about it at the federal level. You have a lot of them winning at the local level and at the state level. And that's where these policies get instituted. So Sean is wrong. You got to focus on the local elections. It's a big problem in the blue states. Canary in the coal mine are California and New York. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the omega-3. This will help to improve your total cholesterol. It'll lower LDL, increase your HDL. That means your total cholesterol will go down. That means you're improving your lipid profile and you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease. Really important, because when you lower your LDL, you have less plaque buildup because you need LDL that's oxidized to be one of the main vectors for plaque buildup. Because what happens is you get inflammation, it causes a tear in your in your blood vessel. You get this LDL that's oxidized that travels into the blood vessel, into the wall of the blood vessel. And then what happens is a macrophage comes in and tries to eat it, and it eats it up. And that macrophage turns into a foam cell, and that foam cell ends up being the plaque. So if you have low LDL levels and high HDL levels, because HDL helps to eat up bad cholesterol. So LDL, when you lower that, you have less that has been oxidized to become plaque. So by taking omega-3, you're reducing your chances of plaque buildup. Very important. Also, omega-3 helps to prevent red blood cells from sticking, so you're reducing clotting. That's really important in a post-2020 crisis era, because we're still in the aftershock, trust me. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Now, vitamin C, very important for your immune system. This has magnesium in it. It's also great for your skin. Please drink it with filtered water. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Drink it with filtered water. Magnesium and zinc, super important for your immune system. You're not feeling well, take a double dose. Take one in the morning, take one in the evening if you're not feeling well. If you're fine, then just take one dose a day. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. All right. Let's play Fox News
Federal
dealing with
workers
Joe
now
Rogan.
have until Monday to decide whether to take a buyout after a Clinton-appointed judge extended that deadline.
I hope it ends there, too. The move comes as nearly all USAID employees are reported to be laid off tonight, with unions now suing the Trump administration over the sweeping cuts. They'll bid for over 1,000 to 300.
It's unbelievable. Lucas Thomason joins us live from Washington with the details. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, guys. Well, if you're a federal worker on the fence about taking the buyout, you have some more time to think it over. Not the case for thousands of USAID workers who face a midnight deadline tonight. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio on the cuts.
We're not trying to be disruptive to people's personal lives. We're not being punitive here, but this is the only way we've been able to get cooperation from USAID. I had preferred not to do it this way. When we tried to do it from the top down by getting cooperation.
Now let's think about this. Let's go back to the bread and circus comments that I have. Live Now is interviewing a reporter, I guess, a sports reporter. Hertz, I guess he's a player. Eagles look to, oh, maybe he's the reporter. I'm not sure. I don't know who Hertz is. Eagles look to avenge Super Bowl 57 loss to Chiefs. Like that's really important. Meanwhile, we're literally seeing the ultra liberal trying to steal money from you and move it towards programs that are totally antithetical to God, country, and family. But we're more worried about Eagles avenging their loss. Brighteon Circus, watch the Super Bowl, buy the products, make sure that these gladiators are being paid hundreds of millions of dollars. So you think that you're on a winning team. Meanwhile, tomorrow, when all this bread circus is over, and it means nothing, you still have the international and domestic issues going on in our country. The Super Bowl has gotten to the point where it's been a complete, utter waste of our time and of our money, and our even more importantly, it's diverting our attention to really important things that are going on in this world. And then not only that, they get so many people to watch that they start promoting the satanic ritual stuff during halftime. You're being programmed slowly, attached to Satan, attached to the negative side of Esau, by your Doritos.
What we found instead are people trying to use the system to sneak through payments and push through payments despite the stop order. The United States will be providing foreign aid, but it is going to be foreign aid that makes sense and is aligned with our national interests.
USAID is being folded into the State Department plans to keep only about 290 employees. More than 10,000 will lose their jobs tonight at midnight. Unions representing the workers say these actions have generated a global humanitarian crisis by abruptly halting the crucial work of USAID employees, grantees, and contractors. They have cost thousands of American jobs, and they have imperiled U.S. national security interests. Now, the U.S. Office of Personnel Management says, in compliance with court order, the deadline for federal employees to accept the deferred resignation program is being extended to Monday, February 10th, 11:59 p.m. Eastern. The program is not being blocked or canceled. The government will honor the deferred resignation offer. Now, we've put together a list of some of the things USAID is spending money on with your taxpayer dollars. Perhaps we get a few more turns on the scroll there. 1 million gender diverse support in Bangladesh, 1.8 million for Honduran LGBT group. Some of the bigger ticket items, 15 million for condoms to the Taliban, 19 million assisting migrants in Colombia. The list goes on and on. As you can see here, 3.3 million for a
Can you imagine the State Department, the Department of Defense, and the CIA going and saying, USAID, we need $15 million for condoms for the Taliban. Can you imagine being in that conference room, listening to that proposal?
$29 million for young and female working Egyptians, and $14.9 million for supporting LGBTQ youth in Cambodia, and $49 million for improving reading scores in Zambia. Now, some lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
$49 million to improve reading in another country. Guess what? Oprah can pay for that. Guess what? Bill Gates can pay for that. Maybe even the Clinton Foundation could pay for that. Maybe even Hunter Biden. But why is the American taxpayers paying for that? When our reading, writing, and arithmetic scores in primary school are going down, down, and down, and down. And then we wonder, why is the CCP catching up with their engineering prowess? Because we have a stupid population. Focused on bread and circus and not on the important stuff.
And that includes Mississippi Senator Roger Wicker says USAID is important to countering Chinese influence. But he also acknowledges some of these spending programs are a bit wasteful, guys.
A bit wasteful,
Thanks so
very
much.
wasteful.
So you would think it might work to their benefit to point out some of the programs that are dubious that.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 14 or the Max 35. Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow. I take Max 35 or Max 14 every day. Why? Because it neutralizes pathogens and improves my mucosal lining and improves the epithelial tissue and in your oral cavity and in your oral pharynx. And when you do that, you're improving your innate immune system. So if you want to boost up your immune system, it's really important to take Max 35 or Max 14. Take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. All right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 35 or the Max 14. Use discount 5. You get $5 off. It's a great way to get healthy, and it's part of my four-pillar core health protocol. Max 35 or Max 14 for the first pillar, boost up your immune system, neutralize pathogens. The second pillar, C60, soak up free radicals. The third pillar, bring down inflammation, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. And the fourth pillar, boost up your metabolism and increase your energy levels by taking Boomer Boost. That's the core. When you do that, you're going to improve your health. Now you add other stuff and you're going to supercharge your health, slow down the aging process, increase longevity, improve your endocrine system, improve your immune system. It is in your power to do. It's a holistic approach. It's not just supplementation. You got to do proper diet, exercise, balancing, stretching, training your mind, proper sleep. All these things are very important. It's a holistic approach. Preventative medicine is extremely important for you so you don't go down the path of chronic disease. What are some of the chronic diseases out there? People don't even realize, a chronic disease out there is osteoporosis. That is reversible in most cases. Cardiovascular disease, diabetes, pulmonary diseases. Many of them are because of lifestyle choices. Well, you can stop that. Change your life. Be holistic. Or you're going to be paying down the road where you can't breathe, or you have very high blood pressure and you might stroke out, or you have uncontrollable diabetes and you start losing toes because of poor blood flow. Oh, these things really do happen. It's up to you. You're going to pay now and be healthy and have longevity and have a better, higher quality years of existence when you're older, or you're going to go down a path where disease starts to set in and voila, lots of bad things happen. It's your choice. Listen or don't listen, but I'm right.
And other ones that are necessary, but instead they want to condemn people for bringing it up. When, as Mark Thiessen writes today with Perspective, he said Warren Christopher, Secretary of State under Bill Clinton, was the first to say, these guys are out of control. Let's fold them into the State Department. Al Gore was going to do it, but he got massive pushback from USAID, and they said, okay, we'll fold. Senator Joni Ernst said, what are you guys spending your money on? You're looking as though you're not even going for American causes. You're going for anti-American causes. They threatened her. They told...
Because deep state is using USAID. The national security state are using those conduits. There's lots of people that are getting payment. There's corruption going through USAID. And I was shocked to see some of the numbers that were coming from USAID to Wuhan.
Back off. And as Peggy Noonan writes, she says, of all the agencies being batted around, this one will remember the first one we recall the period in history of the U.S. agencies for international development. Some of them whose line items were spending was devoted to cultural imperialism. You have seen the list. USAID produced DEI musical in Ireland and everything we just saw. She says, when you look at what they are pushing in the world, you think they're not fighting anti-American feelings. They are causing anti-American feelings.
Well, Asa, I'm stunned that they have allowed the Republicans now to be the party of the people. And when I say the people, I mean the American people. If there was an argument to be made of some program internationally that you want to fight for, you could just go to the president of the White House and say, can we at least just keep this program? But that's not the argument that they're making. They want to keep all of the programs from the USA, even though it's fraud, waste, and abuse going on, in place. And I just don't think this is, of course they're not going to win against the Republicans, but they're not going to win with the American people. They're not going to have all these Americans calling and protesting to keep programs from foreign governments.
Yeah, you're going to have progressive people that want to keep all of those programs, that whole scroll of list. But the common sense, middle of the road, Democrat or Republican is going to say, and all the Republican Party is going to say, stop wasting our money. We're in debt. We're giving money to these programs that we don't agree with to other countries. They don't need these programs. Some of them, yes, maybe. And there's an argument for that. If it's feeding children or if it's preventing HIV from a child from getting HIV and they're allowing to send that drug over or the malaria drug, I get it. But these programs, I mean, it's so much waste. And the Democrats, what are they scared of? Are they scared to save money? Are they scared that we'll pull back the curtain and actually see how progressive these Democrats really are? They don't want this done, and it just baffles most Americans.
So here's Joe Rogan saying, hey guys, this is what America voted for.
What's fascinating right now is we're getting a chance to see what happens when you take a business approach to the government. The same people that say we need radical change. Right. We need radical change. We've got corruption. We need radical change. Okay, well, here's the radical change. We don't need this. But you do. Yeah. The government does. They need oversight. Yeah, and they haven't had that. And because of that, you're seeing this, not just waste. You can call it waste, but it's corruption. Deeper. It's deeper. Yeah, it's corruption. It's corruption. Yep. And you're seeing that corruption get weeded out.
Some of the people working for
your discretionary bias.
Your husband needs to be put to sleep.
Wait, what? No.
Some of the people working for Elon Musk Group, Doge, are in their 20s. So what is wrong with 20-year-olds? Have you talked to them in terms of being, the Silicon Valley is populated by mostly 20-year-olds, 20 to 30-year-olds. This is their generation. This is intuitive to them. They're great at it. And they helped Elon Musk build 7 major companies that made him the richest person in the world. So between 40 and 60,000 40 and 60,000 workers have applied for the 6-month buyout. So they're examining whether we can do that or not. Bottom line is, our federal structure is too big. So in any company, you have to pare it down. When your number one expenditure is paying the debt on money you owe, this has to be the focus. But if you look at the left, all they're doing is mocking Elon Musk, one of the smartest, richest people in the world, and ripping 20-year-olds because they're examining the treasury. So I hope because the judges don't get in the way of this paring down and slimming down of the government.
Well, I just know the executive branch has large discretion over these funds. Yeah. And when I look at all the crises in America that we're currently experiencing, we can go all the way back to Ohio, East Palestine. Were there protests advocating for those people? Have there been protests in Los Angeles for the rebuild? North Carolina, have we seen people assemble to give those folks the funds that they need? They have not. And I think it's a slap in the face of the American people. And one viewer came on the Martha show yesterday, and I'm not saying this is true, but the viewer said, are they getting money? Like, why are they so passionate? For the average day American at home, this is an independent voter. It's just like, why are they like this? Are they getting kickbacks or something? They're so passionate about this money.
Next up, the NGOs. They're examining what's going on there.
Oh, we need that, right? Okay, and Joe Rogan's right. It's corruption. It's more than waste.
For the ones that are watching the live stream, just a reminder, I have X spaces open, so you can request the mic and ask a question or tell me, your take on the subject matter. There was someone that wanted to talk on X spaces but left. So if you are listening through the live stream, please come back and I'll give you the mic. Just be patient, because I don't want to, I tried to not interrupt the video to go to the call in, because sometimes these calls can go on for a long time. They're not 2-minute calls usually. They're sometimes a couple hours, but just be patient. All right. What's going on here? Okay, this is dealing with Christy Nome about Guantanamo.
You were looking at some of the first
before we do that, let me just plug a product. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this great toothpaste. It's very high quality. It has no fluoride in it. It's made from structural nanosilver. It'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, maintain a good gum line, reduce inflammation, reduce plaque, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing cardiovascular disease and you're reducing valvular disease. Really important. This is the best toothpaste that you're going to get. All right. You compare this toothpaste to any other toothpaste that's out there. This is the best you can buy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes for your household. It's very high quality. I want you to be healthy. You follow my lead, you will be healthy. Use the products that I use to slow down the aging process, to boost up my immune system, and to have more longevity. Go to my store, get a few tubes of this toothpaste, use discount 5, all caps, discount 5.
Right now at Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, tents are going up and more migrants are transported to the base this weekend, and they are going to continue to do so. You and the president have said repeatedly that the worst of the worst will be held at Guantanamo. There are a few dozen people there already. I believe they're right now being held in cells formerly used to house terror suspects. So can you give more specifics about who's there right now, what crimes have they committed, and how long you're going to detain them?
So there are several planes that have transported individuals to the base, and they are in the system and the facilities that, a lot of our worst terrorist criminals have been incarcerated for many years. These individuals are the worst of the worst that we pulled off of our streets.
Who are they?
Murderers, rapists. So when I was there, I was able to watch one of the flights landing and then unload about 15 different of these criminals. Those were mainly child pedophiles, those that were out there trafficking children, trafficking drugs, and were pulled off of our streets and put at this facility.
You're building tents for a lot more than, how many are there now?
Well, they're putting up tents that will have the capacity to go up to 30,000 people. That's not stood up yet because a lot of our soldiers that's got there received orders just days ago. I think they've been putting up facilities for the last 5 days.
There are lots of different sort of buckets of people, if you will. You're right now talking about, as you say, again, the worst of the worst, these people who you say committed crimes, but it's still unclear how, first of all, whether there are 30,000 people who fit that description.
Right, correct. There. We are going through the process of identifying those that are on our radar. The president committed during the campaign that he believed we needed to have mass deportation. So we're going after those that have been the violent criminals perpetuating crimes in our communities, also those with final removal orders, and then we'll continue down the priority list.
And will they be held in the tent?
It's potentially, but we're going to keep people safe too. So it depends on how dangerous they are and how they act in these facilities. So we have beds in the United States today that we're using and will continue to use that are ICE detention facilities. But we've got a lot of local law enforcement, a lot of communities and states that want to partner with us too, saying we have facilities if you would like to partner. And I think that's fantastic because that's really what we need is the federal government working with those local officials because they know where these dangers are.
I just want to ask you about that before we move on. There are reports that ICE is over capacity.
There have been reports, but remember, we're continuously busing people back to Mexico, continuously flying people out of the country and repatriating them back to the, so there's still room.
The Lincoln-Riley Act requires you at the DHS to detain individuals who have been charged with but not convicted of nonviolent crimes like theft or shoplifting. ICE talked about ICE facilities, it comes and goes, but at some point they're likely to be at capacity. So could those people end up at Guantanamo?
You know, I don't know what the president will decide as far as utilizing it. We want to have the capacity. The facilities will look
exactly.
They will certainly will not be used if in these prison systems. We have different camps at Guantanamo Bay, different levels of incarceration. We will have some facilities that will be up to the same standards as other detention facilities in the United States. And I don't think the president's going to tie his hands on what he needs to do to make sure that America is safe.
A lot of this, as you said, the timeline for how long people are going to be there depends on whether or not anybody's going to take them.
Right.
So it could be that some people are going to be there indefinitely.
You know, what's interesting to me is the previous administration knew who these people were that were committing these crimes. They knew where these folks that had final removal orders were in our country, could have negotiated agreements with these other countries to take them back home and didn't. And we saw countries like Venezuela release their prisons and their mental health
what are you doing
individuals.
now? Are you
United
comfortable
States.
that you're going to be able to not keep them there indefinitely?
I'm super thrilled that Secretary of State Rubio has been actively going out and negotiating, taking people home. So that's part of all the decisions on when we identify people in communities. As soon as we're able to go get them and return them back home as quickly as possible. So my goal is that people are not in these facilities for weeks and months. My goal is that there's a short-term stay. They're able to go incarcerate them, take them, follow the process, and get them back to their country.
That's your goal, but
yes,
you're not ruling out that they could be there for weeks.
I'm not going to rule that out because we are going to continue to make sure that we're talking with every single country. But it's not an option for us to leave people here illegally anymore. American citizens have been put behind people who have chosen to come and break our laws, and that's not going to happen anymore.
Immigration is one of the parts of it, and FEMA is another. On X this morning, Elon Musk said, quote, FEMA is broken, and he said so in response to the suggestion that he shut down FEMA entirely. FEMA is, of course, funded by Congress, has repeatedly been authorized in statute, including by
I just
laws.
want to show a juxtaposition of the bread and circus of the Super Bowl and the importance of other things like the failed protection of the border. All right, let's just drop into live now as he's interviewing someone about
because we talked about it earlier this year on Christmas Day. It was Beyonce with the stellar performance there in her hometown of Houston. And you usually compare Super Bowl performances to other Super Bowl performances. Does this make it a bigger deal that he has to also go up against Beyonce and what she did at that Texans game? Do you think that is going to be tough for him to top?
I don't think so.
See what I mean? Why should we fucking care about Beyonce? What? What? How does Beyonce make your life any better? Meanwhile, we have a lot of communities that are literally infiltrated by illegal immigrants that are causing serious disruption in your society. Isn't that more important to focus on than Beyonce? Beyonce's going to get richer. Some of these other performers are going to get richer. Some of these football players are going to get richer while you keep on getting poorer and poorer and poorer and poorer, getting more unhealthy and unhealthy and unhealthy. They don't care. Just make sure you watch your bread and circus so you don't have to pay attention to the real issues.
You voted for when you were in Congress. Can and should Donald Trump shut it down?
He can,
yes.
And I believe that he will do that evaluation with his team, and he's talking about it, which I'm grateful for. He'll work with Congress, though, to make sure that it's done correctly and that we're still there to help folks who have a terrible disaster or crisis in their life. He's been very clear that he still believes there's a role for the federal government to come in and help people get back up on their feet. But there's a lot of fraud and waste and abuse out there. And since President Trump has taken over and come back into this administration, we've seen incredible change.
What's your recommendation to him?
You know, he's talked a lot about doing block grants to states and to local officials. I was a governor, and when I was governor of South Dakota, we saw 12 different natural disasters that hit our state and that were FEMA related, that we had FEMA disasters. So I know it from that level, and I knew every single time that I and the local county emergency management directors, the mayors, the city councils, and the county commissioners, they made way better decisions than the people in Washington, D.C.
If the president came to you and said, "You're my DHS secretary, do you think I should get rid of FEMA?" Excuse me, get rid of FEMA, what would you say?
I would say yes, get rid of FEMA the way it exists today. We still need the resources and the funds and the finances to go to people that have these types of disasters like Hurricane Helene and the fires in California. But you need to let the local officials make the decisions on how that is deployed so it can be deployed much quicker, and we don't need this bureaucracy that's picking and choosing winners.
You mentioned Congress. USAID is an example, and there are others that I mentioned that the Consumer Protection Bureau that are also deemed by statute to be the law. They were put in place and kept in place by Congress.
Mission, unbelievable.
But you're saying right here that Elon Musk and you are not just going to go in and say, "We're getting rid of FEMA." You're going to do it with Congress.
Well, the president has been clear too that he wants to still help people. But what happened by targeting individuals, helping some people and not others? Listen, the president just in the last 5 days has closed 80% of the open cases in North Carolina. It's amazing when you have somebody who cares how quickly the response can be. And that wasn't the way that it was under the previous administration. There's people that had wildfires 7-8 years ago in the Western United States still haven't received their FEMA payments. How are people supposed to pick up?
I took a trip with the FEMA director.
Oh, you did?
And she
Usually how FEMA works is that they work through a nonprofit to help with case managers to issue the money. So there probably is poor documentation, poor processing within the nonprofits, or the nonprofits are ripping off FEMA. There's lots of inefficiencies with FEMA.
She cared.
Well, what I appreciated about her because when North Carolina got hit, South Dakota did as well, but she did come. And I think showing up is a big portion
I do want to
that
ask,
needs to have happen.
I do want to ask a couple of quick questions. The Washington Post is reporting that Musk and his Doge team have access to FEMA's sensitive disaster data, which includes personal information about tens of thousands of disaster victims. Have you authorized Elon Musk and his team to have access to Americans' personal data that is housed inside DHS?
So we're working with them at the president's direction to find what we can do to make our department much more efficient. So I think this is essentially an audit of the federal government, which is very powerful and needs to have happen. That agency, and one of the things I've been very clear to the appropriators in the Senate and the House is please give me the authority to reprogram funds. There's funds
but that's different from him having access to personal data that is housed.
The president has authorized him to have access.
And you feel
that? So absolutely.
I remember a time when Republicans were very careful about and worried about the government, particularly unelected people.
Well, we can't trust the government
having access to
that's our
personal data.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You are the government.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, is that the American people now are saying that we have had our personal information shared and out there in the
Elon
public.
Musk has access to it.
You know, Elon Musk is part of the administration that is helping us identify where we can find savings and what we can do. And he has gone through the processes to make sure that he has the authority.
You're totally
the president has granted him. I am today by the work that he's doing by identifying waste, fraud, and abuse. And his information that he has is looking at programs, not focusing on personal data and information.
Not focusing on it, but he has access to it.
We'll be continuing to talk to him about what all he has access to. But that's
how you follow the money. You find out what program is giving certain funds to something that it's suspicious. Then you do a deep dive, find out how those funds are spent and who it went to. You need that access. You need that drill down capability. So you can say, XYZ got this money, why? So you can start asking why questions. It's important to be able to drill down. Very important. But no, you got CIA trying to hide.
Needs to happen to make sure that we are going through a process that adds integrity back into these programs. And people's personal information has been out there in these caseworks that have been closed for a long time, that people are getting responses now that they haven't had before.
Spectrum business is extremely important to us. Without its reliability, there's no way we'd be able to service our customers as efficiently as we can. We wouldn't be able to handle the crowds that we do.
When your customers count on you, we make sure you can count on us.
I want it out.
I like motivating people.
I like being told what to do.
Alrighty. What else is going on? This is interesting about the loss of credibility of mainstream media by Judge Jeannie. Let me just plug 2 products here before we go to that video. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. This will help to reduce the load on your pancreas. It will help to digest carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Really important. If you're an athlete, you can take this to help fuel your body in your pre or post-workout nutrition. And even if you're not an athlete, take this, especially if you're 40+ years of age, because you want to reduce the load on your pancreas. I don't care how healthy you are. I'm very healthy, all right? But even with my age, my pancreas is not as robust as it was when I was younger. That's just a matter of life and aging. So you need to take supplements to reduce the load on your pancreas. And what happens is that by doing that, you're improving the length, the overall health and length of your pancreas, your longevity of your pancreas, all right? And you're able to break up those nutrients and absorb them and therefore improve your metabolism. So it's really important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the digestive enzyme complex, reduce the load on your pancreas. Everyone that's 40+ years of age, I don't care if you're healthy or not healthy, your pancreas is not functioning as well as when you were younger. Myotrol helps to maintain muscle and build muscle. Now you can couple it with gladiator barley. You take this and you're really supercharging your strength gains and your muscle gains. But when you get older, 40+, you start to atrophy your muscles because you're not as active, unless you work out a lot, all right? Myotrol will help to maintain your muscle and build muscle. Do some resistance training, do some cardiovascular training, and you'll get even additional gains. Myotrol also helps the health of your mitochondria. So you have more ATP, and you need ATP to slow down the aging process and maintain muscle and build muscle. Take Myotrol also if you work out to get those strength gains for your athletics. And again, coupling it with gladiator barley, it really supercharges the strength gains. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take Myotrol, especially if you're 40+ years of age. Now, this has flavonoids, lignans, and polyphenols to help build the muscle, all right? But do some resistance training, really important. Do some cardio, very important. Get that blood flow, you can get healthy. But as we get older, it's harder to gain muscle and maintain the muscle, and Myotrol will help you maintain and gain muscle mass. Very important. Because as you move towards your geriatric years, it's going to be harder and harder to build muscle and to maintain it. Now, you look at like Apollo astronauts and the training that they had, many of them lived into their, with longevity, into their 80s, 70s, and 80s, with actually surprisingly impressive physique. All right, not all of them, but many of them. But that was because of their training. All right, but you couple that kind of training, and you take the advances in supplementation and in integrative medicine and the lessons learned from anti-aging. You can really supercharge your body so when you get into your geriatric years, even if you're not an Apollo astronaut, you're going to have more vitality. You're going to have more longevity. It is in your power to do. It's a holistic approach, but it will work. And energy levels is a big part of it. All right. So please go to my store, get the Myotrol, do some weight training, get some muscle mass, build up that ATP. And when you have more muscle, you'll be moving around more. Your bone density will be better. Your blood flow will be better. You're going to be more active in life. You're not going to, if you're more active in life, usually you're less depressed, and it's just, you're going to be able to just have a better life, and you're going to have more vitality. Very important. Please go to my store, gain some muscle, get the Myotrol. All right. Wow, let's look at the stats for the Super Bowl here with this coach, Andy. All right. Reed, 3-time Super Bowl champion, 301 career wins, including playoffs, 4th most all time, 7 straight AFC title games, coached Eagles from 1999 to 2012, and 2002 AP Coach of the Year. Really important stats. You know what's more important stat? Doge saving you $36 billion.
Trump capping off his 3rd whirlwind week in office by signing more EOs and scarfing down questions from the press and charming the Japanese prime minister during a news conference.
I wish I was as handsome as him, but I'm not. I'm very proud of the job that this group of young people, generally young people, but very smart people, they're doing. They're doing it at my insistence. I've instructed him to go check out education, to check out the Pentagon, which is the military. I see Maxine Waters, a lowlife. I see all these people. They don't love our country. Kash Patel is going to do a great job, and we're going to bring back the reputation of the FBI. We will have relations with North Korea and with Kim Jong-un. I got along with them very well. We have illegal immigrants on Social Security, and we're going to find out who they are and take them out.
Unable to respond to a theoretical question. That's the official answer that we have.
That's a very good answer.
The Trump news tornado doesn't end there. 47 also zeroing in on the one issue that will secure him a 3rd term. Quote, I will be signing an executive order next week ending the ridiculous Biden push for paper straws, which don't work. Back to plastic, Jessica.
Is that a joke?
Finally.
This is, Dana says, if you got like an 80-20 issue or a 90-10 issue, take the W. I don't think you're going to meet much resistance on the paper straw front. I think it's great that the Japanese prime minister.
Jessica is a Ph.D. I'm not sure what in. I think it's in poli-sci. But either way, maybe international affairs, but whatever. The thing is that she needs to understand the nuance here. We have a big problem, all right, with the overuse of plastics in our society. There's been a paper that's been published that I have posted on my X channel where dementia is associated with microplastics and nanoplastics accumulating in the brain. It also accumulates in kidneys and in the liver. But the point here is that over time, people are accumulating these microplastics because the foods that they're eating are covered in plastic. They're in a plastic container. They're in a plastic wrap. So Microplastics and nanoplastics are affecting our brain health. That's a real issue. But Dr. Jessica, whatever her last name is, doesn't understand the nuance. This is what I mean. You won't find people as comprehensive on subjects and have such a broad range as I have. I have spent way too much time learning stuff. But the thing is, you can benefit from what my insight is. Because my insight is very profound. And that was self-evident in 2020. And it's definitely self-evident with what's going on with the Middle East. And guess what? When things really get hot and heavy in Asia, people are going to go, damn, Dr. Paul Cottrell was right about that one too. Another so-called expert, Dr. Jessica, that can't understand the nuance of this, the paper straw and the plastic straw. The paper straws don't work. But microplastics in your tissues is a big problem.
President Trump had a great relationship with Abe, who used to be the prime minister, was unfortunately assassinated in 2022. And they obviously want to make sure that they have a good and secure relationship and that there won't be any sort of trade war or increase in tariffs. And there's a lot to talk about as well in terms of countering China, even though obviously Japan has a ton of trade with them. So maintaining our kind of, post-World War II relationship is top of the list. And it's a big deal to be the second one in, right? Behind Netanyahu. I mean, that was obviously a big priority for the Japanese.
Yeah, I think the Indian Prime Minister is coming very soon. Judge, the hostility from the press is just gone. Remember the Russia, it's gone.
I think they gave up.
Yeah.
I think they know, first of all, they lost their credibility. They know that the American people didn't buy into it. They know that there's no one to sell it to anymore. But I think that what's amazing about this, and both you and Jessica reference it, you've got the Prime Minister from Japan, and then we had Netanyahu earlier in the week. We've got Modi coming in from India. I mean, and then you've got President Trump who's talking about, a relationship with North Korea. This is a president who believes in talking. He believes in having discussions with leaders of foreign countries, because you can't just shut down the world the way Joe Biden did. He didn't talk to anybody. He didn't even go to the G20 photograph and didn't go to the dinners. I mean, he went to bed. I mean, it was just crazy. And, I spoke to Rick Grinnell today, and I talked to him about what happened and how he got those prisoners back from Venezuela. And he said, simply talking. There was no money exchange. There was no prisoner exchange. Maduro, we went there and we said, we're not leaving without 6. And he described it in an interview that I did, and it was just mind-blowing that, and then what he said was, for all the prisoners in Venezuela and these guys that they took off on the plane ride back to the States, they had never had a wellness check by the United States. And that's something that I could tell Dana, that shake your head. It's incredible. Anyone who's a prisoner or a hostage, an American in any other country, the State Department is supposed to make a wellness check. None of those guys even knew whether that Donald Trump or President Trump knew anything about them. They were brought there in black hoods. They didn't know what was going to happen. That's what a leader is.
And where can we see the interview with Grinnell?
On my radio show.
All right.
WABC.
WABC. Greg, remember when Biden used to do these joint pressers and he had the note cards with the faces of the reporters and the names? Those days are gone.
Yeah, and remember in the old days when the media and the Dems would tell us that the world was laughing at us over Trump. And we've learned that everything they told us was the opposite. They weren't laughing at Trump. They were made anxious and confused by a befuddled puppet called Joe Biden. The truth is the world is actually pretty enamored by Trump because he's the most American leader we've seen, warts and all. The Japanese prime minister loves him because he reminds him of Godzilla. True fact. You didn't know that? But think about what America is, okay? It's big, it's loud, it's fast, it's forceful, it could be arrogant, it could be a little scary, a little bit obnoxious. That's America. That's also Trump.
Like a Camaro.
Yes, exactly. Trump is a human Camaro. Imagine how the world viewed America while the military was being feminized, or we were degrading our own history, or self-flagellating our country over its role as an oppressor. They were like, what's going on with America? Because that was not our brand. That was not our brand. Joe Biden fronting the United States was like Dylan Mulvaney fronting Budweiser. It just was like, it didn't make any sense. And, you know, Bud's not recovered from that, but America is, because we finally got the brand right. I don't think you could find a more American, like, front-facing emblem. Like, if America were a beer, Trump's face would be on it.
Right? Even though he wouldn't be able to drink the beer. Dana, your thoughts?
Well, I was thinking about that 90-10 issue, meaning that 90% of the country agrees with something, so you might as well just get on board and be for what's going to happen. Back when I worked at the White House, I sometimes would call my sister, who lives in Southeast Denver, and I'd say, hey, Angie, what did you think about such and such? Yep. And if my sister knew about it, I knew we were either in big trouble or we had a live one, like we had a good issue or we were in a lot of trouble. The only thing I heard from my sister today is, yay, no more paper straws. So that is a winning issue. Kamala Harris was on board to ban plastic straws in 2020. She will never be president. She'll never be president.
All right, up next, Kamala Harris getting banned.
Microplastics is a major problem for dementia. Pay attention. There's going to be more research that comes out on this. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get C60. You can get it in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or an 8-ounce configuration. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, or avocado oil. C60 is a 60 carbon molecule that will soak up free radicals. It's extremely potent. Take it every day. Take a teaspoon a day. I take this every day as part of my 4-pillar protocol. All right. Soak up those free radicals. And when you soak up those free radicals, what happens is that you're reducing the stress on the cell. You're improving the mitochondrial health. So your ATP is going to go up. The cell's function is going to increase. The tissues are going to perform better. Your organ systems are going to perform better. Your glands are going to perform better. And what happens is that your endocrine system and your immune system performs better. Now, when you increase the health of your neurons, guess what? You're producing more neurotransmitters and you're going to have positive neuroplasticity. So what does that mean? That means that you're going to have a higher mental acuity, you're going to have better memory, you're going to have better sleep, and you're reducing the chances of neurological degeneration. Why? Because C60 soaks up those free radicals that are in those neurons. C60 improves the mitochondrial health of those neurons, and you need a lot of healthy mitochondria for those neurons to fire, for those neurons to be active. Lots of activity with your brain. So when you're thinking a lot, you're burning a lot of ATP in your brain because those neurons are firing. And it needs healthy mitochondria. And it needs to soak up those free radicals to make sure that your neurons are healthy. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you want to improve your neural health, you want to soak up those free radicals, improve your organ systems, it's really important. Now, I take a teaspoon a day. And by taking a teaspoon a day, every day, there's a compound effect because you're soaking up those free radicals and you're slowing down the aging process. This is the reason why you're not seeing me age for the people that have been watching me for 5+ years. Some people have been watching me for much longer than 5 years, but you notice I'm not aging. Now, why is that? I'm not a vampire. It's because C60. It's because of this protocol I just told you. Neutralize pathogens with the max 35s and the max 14s. Soak up free radicals with strong antioxidants like C60. neutralize and bring down that in pro-inflammatory inflammation with turmeric, ashwagandha, lignans, and boost up your energy levels and your metabolism with Boomer Boost. When you're doing all this together, you're supercharging your body, and your body heals, and your body ages slower. And you're boosting up your immune system on top of it. Now, guess what? There's a lot of people that have immunological problems in the post-2020 crisis. Now, over time, people are going to heal out of it. Some people are going to have continued problems, depending on what your issue is. But the point is that many people have immunological issues now. People get colds easier. People are sicker more often. People just don't have the same energy levels. Their body's still kind of like teeter-tottering on healthy and not healthy. Take my advice or don't take my advice, but it's obvious that it's working. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60, soak up those free radicals, take a teaspoon a day, take it every day. There's a compound effect, and you're going to see a lot of improvement in your body, in your energy levels, and you're going to age slower. Now, people don't know that there are points in time where the physical age, not just your brain age, but the physical age switches. And there's a radical change in acceleration of aging. That is around 40 years of age, 35 to 40 years of age for most people, and around 65. So at that point, when you turn 35 or 40, there's a radical change in the amount of free radicals that start to build up and DNA damage that starts to build up in your body. And another point happens at around age 65. When that happens, anywhere from age 62 to age 65. When that happens, then you further build up free radicals and DNA damage. Well, guess what? You need to soak up those free radicals, especially at these inflection points. Guess what? If you're doing this every day, and the earlier the better, taking a teaspoon a day, then when you're at that inflection point, you're not going to have the same aging dynamics compared to the group that's not taking it. You're mitigating that switch, and you're slowing it down. You're slowing down the aging process. Now, this is tied into anti-aging and longevity, but that's the mechanism. Now, you want to pay attention to me or not, but if you're close to that inflection point and you're not doing this, you're only hurting yourself. But the earlier the better, because the more you soak up those free radicals, what happens is that you're slowing down the aging process. Please go to my store, get the C60. This stuff works. Now, I mentioned about bringing down chronic inflammation. Turmeric is a great way to do that. It's also an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals, but this brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines. When you bring down chronic inflammation, you're going to improve your immune system, and you're going to improve your cardiovascular system. Because systemic inflammation is one of the signals that leads to plaque formation. Resveratrol, really important to take. It's an antioxidant. It soaks up free radicals. It helps to boost up the mitochondria. Like I said, ATP is like really important. Soaking up free radicals and building up ATP is a major component to anti-aging and helping your immune system. And resveratrol helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. As you get older, you're starting to build up cells that stop dividing and just sit there and collect garbage. Well, if they're collecting garbage, then guess what? Your tissues aren't going to be performing as well. And bad things could happen. What you want to do is get rid of those cells and have them go into apoptosis. Resveratrol does that for you. Now, resveratrol works the best when you stack it with C60, or you stack it with NAD+, or ubiquinol. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take this resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. Now, look at Alex Jones 5 years ago and look at him today. Look at me 5 years ago and look at me today. Who didn't age? Whose protocol is better? He doesn't even have a protocol. He's selling gummy bears. And guess what? Those gummy vitamin, that's shit for your body. Shit. Don't take them. All right. Let's go to Times Radio. I haven't, Times Radio is actually good. Sometimes I don't agree with them, but I think that they have a nice show. So let's go listen into Times Radio. This was published 42 minutes ago.
Taking the time to savor Tom's crunchy yet soft bagels.
Thanks, Tom.
It's Tom, actually.
Tom.
Right, Tom. Tom.
I would like to suggest that the Chinese and the Russians are very pleased to hear all these stories, because last April, China put out a 20-page paper basically criticizing AID and pointing out some of these programs which do not exist, by the way. And there's been just an intense propaganda move against USAID in the last 6 months of the Biden administration. There were 80 attacks on AID around the world by Russia and China. So, I mean, a lot of these stories about AID's silly programs are basically repeating what the Chinese and the Russians have been saying.
Donald Trump and his cost cutter in chief, Elon Musk, are facing.
So let's look at this with the common sense hat on. All right. The common sense hat would be, well, you have the State Department and the National Security State and the CIA and these agencies using USAID to form certain types of international policy within regions that we're concerned about that may be against the grain of China and Russia. So obviously they're going to complain about it. But that doesn't nullify the need to make sure that you go into USAID and look at the corruption. I mean, really, $15 million for condoms for the Taliban? Is that really going to change things with our international policy with Afghanistan? $15 million with condoms? I mean, really? What about this dry queen shit? What about reading for Zimbabwe or whatever it was? No. Wasteful spending has to be looked at with a fine-tooth comb and rectified. So just because you're questioning inefficiencies and corruption and wasteful spending doesn't mean that you're aligned with Russia or China. It's just that the American people we don't have the money for this. We have to get our house in order and stop the wasteful spending. And if it means less programs that the State Department's using for international policy, or less programs for agencies like the CIA to do their operations, like condoms for Taliban, you know what? So be it. Cut the funding. I'm tired of people making the association wrongfully that if you question an agency, that you're somehow in bed with the Chinese or with Russia. And that's what that guy was saying.
From foreign aid programs, which the US president has accused of corruption. A federal court paused aspects of his plans to dismantle the US Agency for International Development, USAID, putting nearly 3,000 members of staff on leave. So where does that leave the agency, and is the blow to Trump only temporary? Let's speak now to Brian Atwood, a former administrator of the US Agency for International Development, otherwise known as USAID. He worked in the Clinton administration. Hello to you.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you for having me.
It's nice to talk to you. First of all, we're talking about the temporary hold that's been given on some of these plans on the USAID being demolished, but it seems to me it's already happened, hasn't it?
Well, they just took the major sign down on the building yesterday, and it's pretty sad. I mean, this is probably the worst self-inflicted wound I've seen the United States make since the Iraq War. This is a temporary hold, and I hope it becomes permanent. I know that there are members of Congress that are very concerned about what has happened because AID is a.
They're very concerned because they're either captured or beholden to the national security state. The national security state doesn't want people to take away their power officially or unofficially. They don't want to take, the national security state doesn't want the American people to know how they're spending the money. They don't want you to know because then you would want to reduce their budget. They don't want that. They don't want you to take away these conduits and all these, and it's way beyond USAID. I mean, this is like Oliver North shit. They just haven't found it yet. All right. But there's lots of these conduit kind of things going on. And it's atrocious to know that USAID funded Wuhan, or parts of it, and GOF. I mean, come on. No, shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Lay them all off. Fuck them.
Agency created.
Let's get real here. Let's get real with where the rubber meets the road. There were over 1 million Americans that died from COVID. There are more Americans that have died because of injury due to the inoculation. So you have countless Americans, let alone the world, but just Americans, millions of people that have died because of the COVID problem that was funded by USAID and NIH and the nefarious activities that were going on with the national security state with gain-of-function research and bioweapons programs. So don't you think that it's really important to shut them down? Because they were complicit in the deaths of millions of Americans.
Money and not allowing it to spend any is a violation of the Impoundment Control Act. So there may be some action on the Hill.
Some people would say, well, Dr. Paul Cottrell, why are you so upset with USAID and NIH and the Fauci and the national security state? Newsflash, my mother died during the Omicron wave in a nursing home. She died from SARS-CoV-2. And Wuhan was funded by the NIH and the USAID. So don't you think we should shut those people down? Don't you? Don't you think that? No, we're too worried about bread and circus. We're too worried about the Super Bowl than really focusing on, guess what? There's an awful lot of Americans that have weakened immune systems. There's an awful lot of Americans that are still suffering physically or emotionally through the COVID era. They're still suffering because of a runaway national security state. But we'll worry about bread and circus with the Super Bowl and Beyonce and who's going to do the halftime and will it be as impressive and blah, 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 blah.
Trump and Musk are both saying that it's riddled with corruption, USAID, that a lot of the money goes to pointless causes like plays about transgender issues and the rest. How much that is true? How much of USA's budget goes to sort of contentious woke activities?
Well, I very little, if any, but the point here is, of course, that the administration has the right to review AID programs and eliminate anything it doesn't like or is not consistent with the administration's viewpoint. I would like to suggest that the Chinese and the Russians are very pleased to hear all these stories because last April, China put out a 20-page paper basically criticizing AID and pointing out some of these programs which do not exist, by the way. And there's been just an intense propaganda move against USAID in the last 6 months of the Biden administration. There were 80 attacks on AID around the world by Russia and China. So, I mean, a lot of these stories about AID's silly programs are basically repeating what the Chinese and the Russians have been saying. It's really kind of outrageous. The worst part of this is that
that makes zero sense. That makes zero sense. Because Doge is looking at the spreadsheets, doing the drill down, and seeing the corruption, seeing the wasteful spending. It's on a spreadsheet. They know the check number. They know what organization received the money. They know what the money was for. It's all recorded. So it's not just reverberating in an echo chamber what the Chinese and the Russians are saying. Does Americans want to pay $15 million for extra rib condoms for the Taliban? Really? Really? That definitely came from the CIA. It's got to.
But more importantly, saying things like, you know, we put $50 million worth of condoms in Gaza. I mean, someone did a calculation if the price of condoms, that may mean that every male in Gaza would have had to have sex 325 times a day for a year. So, I mean, it's just outrageous, these things that are being put out. And the president of the United States putting his own name and prestige behind these claims. I mean, USAID is probably the most overseen agency in government. It's got inspectors general, it's got GAO.
That's not what the previous congressman that's a contributor on Fox News, I forgot his name, said. He said that when he was in Congress, he kept on asking USAID. We played it earlier in this broadcast. Whatever his name, I forgot his name. He has the brown hair and slicks it back. All right. He said that when he asked USAID to, show the transparency, show the records, they prevented it, even though Congress has oversight. So you have agencies that saying, we're not going to show you this stuff because there's lots of corruption. They don't want you to know because that's how the deep state works. That's the conduit. That's where the flow of funds are. It's like a criminal organization. And Doge is literally shining light on the whole flow of funds of the criminal organization. Now, not all funds are criminal activity, but this is how they do it. So what's wrong? What's wrong with showing a light on this? What's wrong with trying to fix it? What's wrong with stopping the wasteful spending? So they're not transparent to Congress. We had a congressman saying that they weren't. Now, do you believe this talking head, Brian Atwood? Or do you believe the congressman that, the ex-congressman that actually had oversight on USAID and he said they weren't being transparent? Who do you believe?
investigative arm, it's got lawyers, it's got the State Department overseeing its programs, and it's basically carrying, the will of Congress. So these kinds of charges are really outrageous, and it's not a nice thing for people who've spent their lives toiling in some of the worst environments in the world, trying to provide education, healthcare, and other.
Now, not all programs in USAID are poorly run or that we shouldn't fund. Some of them we should fund and are probably well run, but there are a lot that aren't. So let's not mix apples and oranges. Let's not play the emotional fallacy game that, the bleeding heart liberals, USAID is trying to make the world a better place, even though it's a conduit for the CIA. Have you noticed I'm not a big fan of the CIA?
People, there's some 26 million people have survived as a result of the antiretrovirals for HIV/AIDS in Africa.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need with full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
And those people are going to die. It's just this is a horrendous situation.
I think I'm right in saying that the United States has been the biggest aid donor, although because of the size of its economy, although in percentage terms, the fraction of 1%, it spends well below the UN target. So what is the consequence if all this money stops being spent?
The consequence is the American taxpayer stops wasting its money. And maybe we can give it to programs that are more efficient and targeted for the ones that are really in need. And by the way, you get rid of the conduits of all this nefarious activity by the national security state. Oh, what a great idea. Thank you for that great wisdom, Dr. Paul Cottrell.
The United States has been in the lead since the 60s in trying to convince other countries that Britain has done a wonderful job. It has on occasion got to the 0.7% of GDP. It's not up there now.
I mean, the US is about, I think, 0.24% of GDP, isn't something like that?
That's right. But the size of the economy means that 40% or
Isn't that rich? Isn't that really rich? Where you have the UN complaining that America's not sending more money overseas. Meanwhile, you have the European whiners out there not spending their share to support NATO. Then to add insult to injury, it was the USAID that sent money to Wuhan. And we all know about what happened in Wuhan.
$130 billion each year that is provided for development assistance comes from the United States. So it's the largest donor in that sense. And the other issue, I think, is that when you work in a country that is weak and poor, you're working on trying to help them create economic systems that would attract foreign investment. The customs systems, the tax system, the banking system, the export-import laws. Once you can get to a certain point where the risk is lower, then foreign direct investment comes into play. So that $230 billion.
I'm sorry, I have to intervene and make a point about the bread circus. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow notches NFL Comeback Player of the Year award. Let's just listen about the bread circus
at wide receiver.
Yeah, and then obviously the defense needs to maybe locked it up a little bit, but they do have Trey Hendrickson over there, and he got some votes for Defensive Player of the Year as well. But like you mentioned, the AFC is so very talented in terms of quarterback, but it all goes through Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, Larry.
Now, is that really important? You know who the comeback player of the year is? Trump. You know why? Because what he's doing is actually making America more productive. We're going to be more of a nation of discovery and exploration. None of these players in the Super Bowl, none of these players in the NFL mean a hill of beans. None of them. Not one of them. Not one. But they're the player of the year. Really important stuff. Now, are you going to really think about the Super Bowl when you see that big sell-off in the market when it happens? When you start seeing your 401k start dropping, when you start seeing your hard assets starting to drop, your liquidity starting to drop, are you really going to care about the player of the year? No. You're going to start worrying about your heart giving out, you having a cardiac arrest or a stroke as your 401k starts to drop. But meanwhile, right now, you cared about the bread and circus and the player of the year and how these players should be making hundreds of millions of dollars.
Translates into 1.3 trillion by the latest count of foreign direct investment. And that has just changed the world. It's just changed the way the world operates. It's provided an opportunity for countries that were lower on the class scale up to middle class and participate in the global economy.
What's going to be the impact on suppliers in the United States who had a lot of the procurement from USAID?
Well, it's a tremendous, agriculture, we provide most of the food aid in the world. Agriculture will suffer. Any number of organizations that are helping to provide healthcare, education, environment work. A lot of think tanks and universities will be out, not able to function. It just happened as if the axe came down immediately, and all of these programs have been stopped. So that the impact is on those companies and organizations that have been working on foreign aid in the United States as well as in the countries that we serve.
Brian Atwood, formerly of USAID, thank you very much indeed.
Now I'm going to go to France 24. They're interviewing, I think, the one that's headlining the Super Bowl halftime. Now, again, it's pushing that whole ghetto rap shit that's really hurting America. Trust me. I wouldn't be surprised that rap in itself is some sort of operation to dumb down America.
Masterclass moment. To Pimp a Butterfly, considered, which coincided, I should say, with BLM, the Black Lives Matter movement, and his song "All Right" becomes this unofficial anthem for the movement. Let's just take a listen to "We're Gonna Be All Right," and we'll talk about and explain it as to why it became so big afterwards.
Well, I can't play it because I can't play that because I'll get a strike with the whole copyright stuff. So I have to focus on something else, unfortunately. But the thing is that they're pushing Black culture, hip hop, rap. And guess what? That a major element of that has created the inner city problems that we have today. Lack of respect of family, lack of respect of country, lack of respect with God. But they're going to be putting this stuff in the mainstream, bread and circus to dumb down, to create anger. All right. Okay, let's see. What else is going on here in the news? All right. Oh, this is interesting. The U.S. government needs creative destruction. Yeah, this is from Bloomberg. I probably agree with that. Okay, before
I look at this as a historian. I was educated as an early American historian, and
before I go to Bloomberg about the creative destruction that the U.S. government has to go through, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the vitamin D3. This helps to soak up calcium, so you're absorbing calcium. It's a gene expression cofactor for your cells, so that your cells will perform better. And it also helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis, especially if they've been infected. And D3 couples really well with K2 to help with your cardiovascular health and to improve bone density. So please stack it with K2, MK7, which I have on my store here. This is a great stack for your vascular system and for your bone health. Do some resistance training, take calcium as a supplement. I usually drink milk for my calcium intake. Some people don't like drinking milk, that's up to you, but you need calcium. Take the stack together and do the resistance training, and you're gonna improve your bone health too and increase bone density. Another great stack with D3, K2 for cardiovascular health is nattokinase. Now you can take nattokinase separately, but nattokinase helps to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic, so it's going to reduce clot formation. You know, it's going to break up those clots, so you don't have this problem. So you're going to have a reduction of clots, but not just nattokinase. Well, not just bring down clot formation, but guess what? It's also going to bring down LDL and increase your HDL levels. That means your total cholesterol is going to improve. And like I said, if you bring down LDL levels, then you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. That's really important. And you couple this with D3 and K2, and you got a nice stack for cardiovascular health. So please pay attention, all right? I also have a longevity cardiovascular box that you can buy that has a bunch of supplements and vitamins in there that will help with reducing additional plaque formation and over time slowly shrink the plaque that you already have built up. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the cardiovascular box. It's the longevity. Every anti-aging box and longevity box that I have is designed to be at a discount compared to buying the individual products. All right. You can also use discount 5 on top of that to get an additional $5 off. It's a great way to save money. I've designed all these things at different price points so I can get the supplements into your hands so you can get healthy. Now listen to my lead here. You follow my direction on this and you're going to get healthy.
Us to think of another American president who has started with this pace. It really is, from a conservative policy point of view, to your question, Joe, shock and awe. To be clear, President Trump and Vice President Vance deserve 100% of the credit. It is those two men and the great men and women they've assembled, I think, what will be the greatest cabinet in modern American history, who deserve all that credit.
Let's just go in and let's just listen to the Eagles with the bread and circus to see if they're saying anything that's really super important.
Go how it goes to every other position, it should be. Yeah, a lot of people don't really understand how big we are on pass pro. We're an extension of the line, so understanding the scheme and who's deploying and who's our guy who we're responsible for, and making sure that we're inside out and trying to give the quarterback a clean pocket.
So how important their position is on the line to help with the quarterback. Isn't that so important? That's like really super important. Meanwhile, most of the people that are watching that fucking game couldn't even tell you what the federal funds rate is right now. And believe me, that federal funds rate is a major, powerful vector of your interest rates and what you pay on credit cards and what you pay on your car payment or your mortgage payment. But most people don't know what that federal funds rate is. I bet most people don't even know what the unemployment rate is. But bread and circus is really important. Yeah, really important.
Your question, understood that we needed to be much better prepared in serving this president than we were the last time. And to the extent that any of us, whether it's us at Heritage or a million other conservatives had some tiny role in suggesting a menu of options, that's fine. We've done that at Heritage for 45 years. We'll do it for the next 145. But Trump and Vance deserve credit for this moment.
Has anything, though, that we've seen take place in the last 2 weeks and change not aligned with that point of view, with the American leadership picture that was outlined in those 900-something pages?
The real thrust of the work that we do at Heritage, as you know, is to articulate an aspirational vision for revitalizing self-governance, restoring freedom to the American people, as President Trump said in his inaugural, a revolution of common sense. And there is no exception to the fact that everything that he has done up to this point is going to do all of those things. Heritage stands ready, not just to help with these executive actions from the outside, obviously, but very importantly, considering another aspect of our work, and as you've been covering in your show, making sure that our legislative leaders pass the necessary attendant legislation to amplify the successful executive orders that have happened up to this point.
Connecting the dots there is going to be an interesting challenge. I'd love to hear more from you on that, but it sounds like you're happy with what we're seeing from Elon Musk, this individual who has been thrown in the middle of this whole thing. A lot of people in the first Trump administration and now the second said they voted for Donald Trump because they wanted somebody to come to Washington to break it. I don't know if that kind of creative destruction or whatever you call that sounds like the right answer to you, but is Elon Musk, is the richest man in the world, the guy to do it?
Yes. Creative destruction is precisely what Washington needed. And we are celebrating at Heritage the first phases of the unearthing of the grift and corruption that has happened in the city that, of course, is bipartisan, but a bipartisan problem, but also is something that for all of us who want transparency, regardless of our politics, it's a good thing that happens. And I think that in addition to the creativity that Donald Trump himself brings to the office, the innovation the vice president brings to the office, that having someone with the success of Elon Musk to be a partner in this is really good. And I find it sort of comical, not suggesting that you were saying this, Joe, that all of the chatter, say from House and Senate Democrats about Elon being unelected, never was observed about George Soros or Alex Soros. Right. And they, of course, with their creative destruction, have actually destroyed American institutions. The Trump-Vance revolution that's 2 weeks in is actually restoring those.
Except that there is congressional constitutional roles and things like appropriations that it does seem Elon Musk might be stepping on in his blanket, say, push to unauthorized USAID, get rid of the agency or move the agency, which is something that usually would take a congressional act. Do you not see lapses with what is in keeping with the US Constitution and what is happening here?
No, I don't see lapses. In fact, I see the opposite. I see that what Musk and Trump and Vance are doing is correcting what have been lapses by the radical left, actually worse than lapses, I dare say, intentional desires to totally ignore the Constitution by creating a fourth branch of government, the administrative state, that sees as itself more important than any president of the United States. And all of this is a corrective to that. But to the heart of your question, there also has to be a legislative season. And that legislative season is going to be much more successful if the House and Senate, as we heard from on your show from one important figure here, Jason Smith, gets going on the substance. At Heritage, we're agnostic about the number of bills it takes to get this done, but the sooner they can deliver on closing the southern border, on ending the ridiculous overregulation of the American economy, on extending the Trump tax cuts, I think the more that we will see these dots being connected.
How about cutting spending in that reconciliation plan? We had heard a Freedom Caucus that wants $2 to $3 trillion to emerge out of this bill. Steve Scalise came out of a meeting last night saying it's $1 trillion. Are you about to be disappointed on this number with a Republican majority of 1 in the House?
I think that there is a very difficult mathematic problem in 2 ways, as you know. Not just the budget itself, but also the math in the House. And Speaker Johnson and Leader Scalise have their work cut out for them. Having said that, the most important math problem that the American people have is that as the government continues to spend more money than it possesses under both Republican and Democrat administrations.
The biggest math problem that we have in America is that there are a lot of dumb Americans that don't know math.
The American people with their own dollars are able to afford less and less. That's the number that that Heritage and all of us are focused on there. We understand that it might take a couple of bites at the apple in order to get this done. The first bite at the apple needs to be the most aggressive so that we can actually change that overspending trajectory.
Russ Vought, who of course you know quite well, tomorrow night is expected to be confirmed by the U.S. Senate to be the new OMB director. And given what already has taken place at the OMB in the last week and changed the lawsuits that have followed from confusing messaging around a funding freeze, are you worried that he's inheriting a bit of a problem right when he steps into the job around that ongoing lawsuit, around the needing to navigate with Elon Musk and the Doge as well? What is he walking into?
Great question. I know Russ Vought very well. He's one of the great statesmen of our age, and I've never seen any problem, any dilemma that Russ is not up to the task for. Having said that, I think what he's walking into is a tremendous opportunity to correct the over-regulation, the overspending, particularly of the last 4 years, but also of the last several administrations. And not only is Russ up to that task, but I think, as I would argue, members of both political parties in Congress see Russ and his team in action, they will see that all they're doing is delivering on the will of the people with a sophistication and intellect that probably has not been in that office until the last time Russ was OMB director.
Has he been talking with Elon Musk? I wouldn't want to have to fit the same room as Elon Musk. We've already seen an executive order stopping federal grants, federal aid. People at USAID have been put on leave. If you're running OMB, don't you need to have some say in this?
I assume that they're talking about that. There's no doubt in my mind that Russ will have say in that. That's all the more reason that he be confirmed as quickly as possible.
I want to ask you about something else that took place at the White House yesterday, which was a meeting between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and a joint news conference that followed, in which the president suggested that the U.S. take over Gaza, that the Palestinians currently there be moved, and essentially the U.S. and U.S. troops help lead what would be a redevelopment project. And I do wonder what your view is on U.S. involvement in the Middle East in that kind of way, when we heard the president on the campaign trail repeatedly saying he doesn't want to see forever wars.
Contrast what Trump said yesterday and what have been related actions by his administration with the utter incompetence and fecklessness of the previous administration. I say that not as a partisan, which I'm not, but as a historian of American politics. And the contrast could not be more beneficial for free people on the planet, all free people on the planet.
Palestinians included?
Absolutely. And I think what we're seeing from Trump with this comment yesterday about Gaza is the reinsertion of the American presidency and of America generally as having moral clarity in that region and around the world. We trust fully the details that President Trump will come up with regarding what we do with the Gaza Strip, with the Middle East generally. And I think over time, passing days, passing weeks, as more and more people across the world enjoy peace because of Trump's moral clarity, we will understand that that kind of courage is precisely what's been lacking over the last 4 years.
We only have about a minute left, Kevin. You must shudder at the thought of what it would cost, however, for the U.S. to take over the Gaza Strip, clean it out, rebuild the entire thing. If we're at a moment now where we're trying to and or a period of austerity? How do you have both?
Yeah, I shudder at the $250 billion that we've spent on Ukraine for a war that the Ukrainians could never win. While we were being lied to by the deep state in Washington, D.C., which is probably financially compromised.
That means less to go around now, though, doesn't it?
That's exactly right. And that's why I say, think about comments that National Security Advisor Mike Waltz said today. They're going to get the details on that right. If you look at Trump's track record regarding foreign policy and America's leadership in the world, it is robust, but it's also not expensive.
What's the difference between toy?
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great structural nanosilver gels that I have. I have it in the tube form or in the quick dispenser. Make sure you have some at your home and at work, just in case you need it. It's a dual purpose product. It helps to heal your skin if you have a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn. It's a skincare product, and also it'll help to neutralize pathogens. It'll create a barrier. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You put it around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. And again, it stays active for 5 hours. It's a great way to get through the cold season. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is much safer to use and has a higher efficacy than Perel. All right? Perel, if you put it on your hand, it evaporates because it's alcohol-based and it cracks your skin. Structural nanosilver heals your skin and it stays active for 5.5 hours on your skin. Perel doesn't do that. It evaporates and it's no longer active. So take my advice, heal your skin, use it as a skincare, and use it when you need it during the cold season. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gels. Very high quality. I've added to my stack NAC. NAC boosts up glutathione levels. Glutathione is super important to soak up free radicals. It's synergistic with C60. The more ways you soak up free radicals, the better off you are. So take NAC, boost up those glutathione levels, soak up those free radicals. NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. And NAC helps to calm your central nervous system. It reduces anxiety. Very important. So please go to my store, take the NAC. Ubiquinol, the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. Most people get CoQ10 and it's low bioavailability. Go to my store, get the high bioavailability CoQ10. Take this every day, soak up free radicals. It's synergistic with C60. It's synergistic with NAC. It'll help with the health of the mitochondria, boost up energy levels, and it helps to protect your neurons. Extremely important when you're 40 plus years of age to start supplementing to protect your neurons so you don't have neurological degeneration. NAD plus boosts up energy levels, repairs DNA damage. When you're 40 plus years of age, guess what? Your DNA starts to damage more often and it's harder to repair. You need to give the body a little bit of help. NAD plus helps with that. Repair that DNA damage, all right? Also, NAD plus helps to protect your neurons. It's synergistic with ubiquinol. Very important. And also NAD plus is synergistic with C60. So that's a great way, a great way to stack for neural health, right? I have a longevity box called Longevity Brain Box. Take a look at that to improve your neural health. Very important. That all boxes, longevity and anti-aging boxes, are designed at a discount when you compare it to the individual prices of the products that are in the box. On top of, you can apply a discount 5 coupon, use discount 5, all caps, number 5, and you get $5 off on top of the savings that you get on an anti-aging box or a longevity box. But you can buy the individual products too and use discount 5. It's up to you. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. let's continue on with the news. Let's go to Al Jazeera, dealing with the occupied West Bank, according to Al Jazeera.
Yes, we as a Palestinians, there's no hope because there's a struggle between international law and policies and politics, and always the international community go for their policies, ignoring the international law. So, as I mentioned, we lost hope, and we are not expecting anything from the political game of the international community. And if you ask anyone of the Palestinians, how you define international community, or we said the United States. So we believe, if the United States behind the doors, why we are locking the doors?
We shall see what happens. For the moment, Amjad Abu Al-Ez, thanks so much for joining us from Ramallah, sir. The Israeli military has completed its withdrawal from the so-called Netzarim corridor in Gaza. The move was agreed as part of last month's ceasefire deal with Hamas. Private security personnel are now monitoring the crossing, which divides northern and southern Gaza. The withdrawal allows for Palestinians and aid trucks to move through the crossing with some checks along the way.
Today I came to the north to check the situation, and thank God the road was good and the Israeli army has withdrawn. We are good as long as we are getting back, and everyone is good, and that we've all returned. May our martyr's soul rest in peace. May God heal our injured, satisfy all the Muslims, and have mercy on us. We are feeling good, thank God. There's safety, and thank God for that.
We are steadfast and we've been patient under the strikes. They've deprived us of food and water, but they didn't deprive us of air. We are still alive.
The Netzarim corridor is a military zone about 6 kilometers wide, created by the Israeli military at the start of the war. It built bases there, but taking over buildings and destroying homes. Stephanie Decker has more on the significance of the corridor.
The so-called Netzarim corridor was created by Israel's military in the early days of the war on Gaza. It split the strip down the middle from the Israeli-Gaza border in the east to the Mediterranean coast in the west. For Israel, it was a strategic military move, giving it access, control, and oversight. For Palestinians, it was yet another land grab, a corridor of suffocation, attacks, and death. The Israeli army often accused of shooting and killing indiscriminately at anyone who dared to come near. Throughout the war, the Israeli government was accused of not having a long-term plan to deal with Hamas, even by members of its own military. And despite the rhetoric that Israel would stay in the Netzarim corridor and even reoccupy northern Gaza, that was political rhetoric rather than real policy. Israel expanded the corridor at the end of last year and built more military bases. But it was part of the Gaza ceasefire agreement, and under the deal, that Israeli troops were to withdraw. Satellite images from Planet Lab show some military positioning. This was January 6th, and almost 2 weeks later on January 18th, so the day before the ceasefire, less military vehicles are noted. The corridor opened for hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to return north, cut off from their homes in neighborhoods now completely annihilated. Now 3 weeks into phase 1, and the withdrawal of Netzarim is completed. Israeli media quoted soldiers saying they feel withdrawing is a failure, leaving behind the corridor that had become a symbol of their power, their control, their victory. And despite Gaza now being unrecognizable, its fabric of life completely pulverized, as the Israeli captives started to be released after 15 months of war. Countless Hamas fighters emerged in front of the cameras in pristine uniforms with vehicles and weapons. This show of force sending a very clear and deliberate message. Stephanie Decker, Al Jazeera.
And traffic has been increasing throughout the day as Palestinians wait to move through the Netzarim corridor. But as Hani Mahmoud found out, there's been some challenges along the way.
So we just joined the crowd here that is waiting for the inspection point to open and to allow more of a free movement for the vehicles on the other side. Those are the displaced people here in the southern and the central area of the Gaza Strip, waiting for the inspection point to open so they can move to the northern part of the strip. If you see on the other side, that's the other route that is already open for vehicles to move it from the northern part of the strip back to the central and the southern part of the strip. And as of now, the security personnel are approaching the checkpoint. They're going to remove the barbed wire and the barrier here to allow for people to move into the other side of the corridor. So now for almost 10 minutes, we haven't seen any of these vehicles moving, and as we went down to check what's going on, there's a huge traffic jam at the inspection point. People have been pouring into the area since early hour of this morning. The security personnel at the inspection point made them to wait and trying to figure out how to make this large crowd, a large flow of vehicles moving smoothly between the northern part and Gaza and the southern part of the strip. There is already a small space available, and what they're trying to do now is to make people wait until they reopen one of the routes that will cause later on more of a smooth flow of movement for people between the two points.
30 Palestinians have been taken through the Rafah crossing in southern Gaza to receive medical treatment abroad, but thousands more injured people, including children, need to be moved out of the strip for treatment. Under the terms of the ceasefire agreement, 50 patients a day and their caregivers are supposed to leave. Tariq Abu Azum has more for us from the southern city of Rafah.
Since the early hours of this morning, medical evacuations took place as WHO has coordinated the transfer of 30 Palestinian critically wounded patients from Gaza into Egypt to receive advanced medical care. And this number has been described by Gaza's health officials as completely insufficient and less than what has been promised based on the terms of the agreement, as we were expecting the departure of 50 wounded patients alongside with escorts. But on the other hand, humanitarian aid trucks continue to stream into the Gaza Strip, where since the early hours of this morning, we have seen dozens of humanitarian aid trucks carrying food items, sanitation products, water, along with tents for displaced families have made their journey to different geographical locations in the Gaza Strip. But recently there have been different reports seen on the Israeli media suggesting that Israel may consider delaying or reducing the number of humanitarian aid trucks coming into the Gaza Strip as a form of leverage and in response to the deteriorating health condition of the Israeli recently released captives. But basically, the UN agencies have scaled up their humanitarian efforts, but despite these incredible efforts made on the ground, there are still a drop in the ocean of news of the Gaza Strip, where they have been calling for an expansion of the numbers of humanitarian aid supplies allowed to be delivered to the Gaza Strip to mitigate the already aggravating humanitarian crisis. Tariq Abu Azum, Al Jazeera, Rafah, Palestine.
Saudi Arabia has condemned Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's suggestion that a Palestinian state should be created in Saudi Arabia. In a statement, the Foreign Ministry said it rejects such statements that aim to divert attention from the continuous crimes committed by the Israeli occupation against the Palestinians in Gaza, including the ethnic cleansing they are subjected to. The statement went on to say that the kingdom affirms the right of Palestinians to their land and that they are not intruders or immigrants who can be expelled whenever the brutal Israeli occupation wishes. That it reiterates the right of the Palestinian people will remain firmly established and
I think they lost the war.
In other news, voting
This officer at the accident.
is underway in Kosovo's parliamentary elections after a hard-fought campaign, and the vote is expected to be a test for the Prime Minister Albin Kurti, whose party won a landslide 4 years ago. Kurti has been at odds with Western allies for his policies towards Kosovo's ethnic Serb minority and his normalisation talks with Serbia. An exit poll is expected to be released shortly. Al Jazeera's Maya Blatsevska joins us now from Pristina. So how did the vote go today?
The polls are closed after the first regular general election here in Kosovo after the independence in 2008. In general, the atmosphere was positive without major incident reports. According to the first information, turnout is around 40%. It's similar with the election 4 years ago at election at 2021.
When can we expect results, Maya?
First, exit polls are suggesting that a single party can form a government by itself. Kosovo will go back having a coalition government. Prime Minister Albin Kurti is predicted to win, but he won't be able to form a new government with the support of some other political party. According to the first exit poll, Kurti will have majority in the parliament, want to be having a majority in the parliament without some of the parties from the opposition. New government will have a huge task to secure 80 votes from 120 members of parliament. Why is a huge task? Because Kosovo is electing new president in the parliament. So that means if they fail, it will mean that Kosovo will need to go to the new snap elections.
We shall see what happens in the coming hours.
All right, I'm going to go to Fox News. They published some 10 minutes ago about Hamas. So let me go there. Just to remind the audience, the ones that are watching the live stream on YouTube or on my website, please join X Spaces if you'd like to do a call in, or if you just want to listen in. It's a great way to just listen in. But X Spaces is also designed for you to ask for the mic if you'd like to ask a question or give your opinion on the show, what we're covering. This is supposed to be interactive, so don't be shy. If you'd like to talk, please ask for the mic and I'll pass the mic on to you. All right. Okay, so Fox News here.
Its American allies reeling in outrage by the emaciated state of 3 Israeli hostages released after nearly 500 days in captivity by Hamas terrorists in Gaza. They're now barely recognizable. In a final act of humiliation, Hamas forcing one of them to speak, laughing at his excitement to see his family, while unaware his family were all murdered on October 7th. Israel's ambassador to the UN is demanding the UN condemn Hamas for war crimes. Ambassador Danny Danon joins us now. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for joining us. I have to ask you, when you first saw these 3 men emerge from captivity, what was the first thing you thought when you saw them?
Good morning. I was shocked. I was shocked because for more than a year, we heard the claims that there is starvation in Gaza, but the real starvation is the starvation of the hostages. You know, when we saw the faces of the hostages, you know, it looked like that they came out from a concentration camp. You know, those images showed us the brutality of Hamas. And I think today we got a reminder with whom we are dealing. And you showed the picture of Eli Sharabi, who, you know, he was praying every day to come back and meet his families. And when he came back, he found out that his wife, his 2 teenage daughters, and his brother were massacred on October 7th. So we know with whom we are dealing, and we are determined to continue the fight and to finish the job. We have no other option to eliminate Hamas. That is the only answer when we see those images coming out of Gaza.
So, you know, obviously we're so glad to have the hostages back, every single one of them. But it does, you know, make you wonder, what price are we paying to get hostages back? And my question to you is this: you know, is there some part of this ceasefire deal which prevents Israel from interviewing the hostages who have been returned and finding out that in fact war crimes were committed by Hamas during their captivity, and then going back and punishing Hamas for committing war crimes?
Well, I just came back from Washington. I spent a few days with the Prime Minister, and we know that this deal is not a perfect one, but we're doing our best to bring back as many hostages alive. But I can guarantee you, we we will hunt down those savages. We will make sure that they will pay the price for what they did on October 7th and what they are doing as we speak to the hostages. We have dozens of hostages, and we know about the starvation, the sexual assault, the tortures. They will pay the price. We will find them and we will kill them.
You know, that's what,
Ambassador Denali,
you know, the
thank
thing
you
is,
very-
there's two statements I have with this, all right? This very focused effort by the Israelis to hunt down Esau and to kill him is what is needed. This patty cake international policy horse shit has got to end, and that Jacob, the soul root of Jacob, needs to hunt down the soul root of Esau, negative, the body of Esau, and kill it. Because that's what has been written down for thousands of years, that was what was going to happen. And we're seeing it play out in the news right now. And then we're all surprised. And then you have people that are in the United States that want to be pacifists. Do you think it's really going to bode well for the ones that are pacifists in the United States going against the grain of what was written down thousands of years ago? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to bode well for the pacifists. So, okay, so you have that issue that I think Israel is right to go and hunt down Esau. No doubt about it. The other issue is, can you imagine that you are a hostage? You don't know if you're going to die or not, day after day after day after day. And, you know, hundreds of days have gone by. All right. And you're released and you have no idea that your family has been killed during October 7th. Can you imagine the psychological trauma this person's in? But you got a lot of pacifists out there in the United States not really calling off of the evilness of Esau. And that's why this is what happens when you kick the can down the road, year after year, decade after decade, where the collateral damage is more, the cost to conduct war is more costly. There's more international ramifications and economic ramifications. It's just better to get the job done. It was better to get the job done in the 60s. It was better to get the job done in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s, the 2010s. And what has happened is that the international community has kept on kicking the can down the road. Now it's time for Jacob to hunt the hunter, who's Esau, and kill him. But you've got a lot of pacifists out there. And guess what? Pacifism is what led us to this point in time. All right, let's talk about bird flu for a second and how it's going to affect your egg prices.
Fox Business Alert: an existential crisis hitting consumers, producers, and restaurants nationwide. A stunning jump in the price of eggs. Bird flu has infected some 19 million commercial birds since late 2024 alone, and the impact is coming to grocery stores and restaurants near you because farmers are being forced to euthanize huge swaths of their flocks. The shortage already hitting one restaurant chain and its customers, as egg prices on average have spiked 37% over the last 12 months. Waffle House this week announced a 50-cent surcharge per egg on their customers. Waffle House says it serves 272 million eggs a year. Waffle House is a member of the National Restaurant Association, here to tell us how bird flu and egg prices could affect your next meal or the restaurant sector stocks you might own. National Restaurant Association President and CEO Michelle Horsmo. Boy, I mean, this is pretty serious. 50 cents surcharge per egg. I don't know how many eggs go into a single waffle, but I'm getting nervous here.
Well,
because
I
love waffle.
I eat 3 egg omelets, so I know that's $1.50, and it is definitely significant. And when you think about restaurants like Waffle House that have a menu that is so focused on an egg in their meal, it's a big increase that you're seeing across all menu items.
You are the voice of so many restaurants and restaurant chains. We know exactly how much they hurt during the supply chain crisis. A lot of them didn't make it, right? So many restaurants went under. What are you hearing now about the price of eggs? So one of the things that restaurant operators have really learned through the pandemic and the inflationary periods that we've been going through is really how to be a lot more resilient. And so when they look at increased prices on eggs like this, and egg prices are very dynamic because the demand always stays high, that they're thinking about what options exist for them. And for restaurants, they can do exactly what
Let me just intervene in what she's saying here and just give a little bit of my thoughts on it. The human-to-human transmission is not there yet. The D1.1 variant of H5N1 that's typically in wild birds or poultry are now in the cattle herds. There's more human-to-human interface because of the processing of milk and caring of the cattle than there is with human to poultry. So human to cattle exposure is increasing, or the chances of it are increasing because of this D1.1 variant that's now in the cattle herds. It's just starting, all right? So that means that as the weather gets better, is improved, as we move towards the summer, the spring and summer months, you're going to have circulation that's taking place with these variants where there's going to be more human to animal exposure. And mutations will happen on the D1.1 variant of H5N1 that will lead closer and closer over time to human transmission. Now, when human-to-human transmission happens, there's going to be pandemonium that happens. And you think that prices for eggs and milk are high now. Just imagine when they do mass culling of the herds. Carte blanche. Now, if you don't believe me, let's play this out. Just imagine that you have huge spikes of human-to-human transmission in 2025 in, let's say, the fall or late months of the year in 2025 and into 2026. How do you think that the U.S. Agricultural Department will react when you start seeing huge cases of ARDS because of H5N1? Now, it's not going to be as bad as COVID. It will not be as bad as COVID. But it's a bad influenza year causes the deaths of about 50,000 people in the United States. A bad year. A relatively benign year, it's about 11 to 12,000 deaths annually. But that's the regular garden variety influenza A. This is a little different. So if there's enough mutations that take place, which it's not there yet, but if enough mutations take place, which I have gone into detail about what they are, but as it approaches those multi-hit mutations, human-to-human transmission is going to happen. Higher affinity to the upper receptors in your pulmonary system are going to be happening. And when that happens, the cases of ARDS are going to go up. And that means that if you take a bad influenza year of about 50,000 deaths, you can easily look at it 4 to 5 times the death rate with ARDS H5N1, human-to-human transmission. So we're talking about 200 to 250,000 people dying. Now, is that as bad as COVID? No, but it's a problem. And when that does happen, that means that you're going to have emergency powers again given to states and different agencies. And this is going to happen. The question is, what year is this going to happen? Is it going to happen in 2025? Is it going to happen in 2026? Maybe it's going to happen in 2027. Because the mutations have to be multiple hits, but it's going to happen. That's foregone conclusion. The question's when. Now that's the insight that Dr. Paul Cottrell has.
listed and put a surcharge on. One of the things that's nice about a surcharge option is that it can signal a temporary status, right? So if we can get flocks replenished and more egg supply, we're going to see those egg prices come down, and we'll be in a position where Waffle House can take that surcharge off.
Okay, when you look at pricing anyway, restaurant meals have gotten so expensive. I did a takeout order for my daughter and I. We got 2 entrees and 1 salad. It was $75. It's just a pasta place on the Upper West Side. That's New York.
I hope it was tasty.
That was just delish.
Delish. It's not even a fucking word. Delish. What is she pretending that she's Jewish? What the fuck? All right, delish. You know the problem is, Americans have been spending too much of their money and their health eating out. Most restaurants suck at cooking, let alone the proper ingredients for a healthy lifestyle. I can easily cook better than any 5-star restaurant. You got to spend the time to learn how to cook, but you can make a meal that's better than most restaurants that you go to, and it's cheaper. So it's healthier and cheaper. Why are you spending the money at these restaurants that aren't even good for you? But it's delish. I don't even know what delish is. Delish.
To push here, because the rest of the nation, do you expect that your members are going to follow Waffle House's lead here?
Well, for those restaurants that are egg intensive in their menu items, they're definitely going to have to do something in the short term to manage these egg prices. And it may be raising menu prices. And, you know, it's interesting because restaurants really focus on how they're providing value for their members. And value is that equation of price plus the experience and the quality that the customer is expecting. And so if you're looking at takeout, for example, and you know that convenience is really what you're valuing, there is going to be a higher price there. But when you're in the restaurant or you're going to a restaurant, you can see more of that.
You really think takeout food is really healthy for you with all that oil and salt? And then fast forward, you know, your blood pressure's higher, and now you have to be on a statin because you didn't pay attention to the cardiovascular protocol that I told you about. But it was delish.
I think of McDonald's, Egg McMuffins, but then you look at, for example, a Darden restaurant chain, and we can look at all of these stocks and see there are eggs in so many things. It's not just, oh, I'll have an omelet.
So often our restaurants are really thinking about how they're managing their purchasing power. You know, when you've got the ability to make large orders, you're in a space where you can really start to work deals and negotiate and try to play more of a long game on egg prices, which really is where you want to be to help the menu prices ultimately.
Well, value pricing is now suddenly coming back. And we saw that with Starbucks lowering their prices and McDonald's as well. Do you expect that gets
you know what it is
now?
It's big media worried about the advertising dollars. It's actually cheaper for you to buy the groceries and you know, focus on the price, but you to buy the groceries and make your food at home. What a concept. It's cheaper compared to eating out. And it's healthier for you because most likely you're going to cook healthier than what you're going to be buying. And it's probably better quality and tastier, more delish. Why waste your money at McDonald's? Why waste your money at Applebee's? Why waste your money on these big chains that are terrible for your health? They want you to believe, okay, going out to eat is going to be more expensive. It's, you know, we just have to accept it. No, you just don't go there. And guess what? Restaurants will start going out of business. And guess what? Restaurants will start to realize, you know what? The prices are too damn high. And not only that, your health will improve because you're eating at home. Most restaurants, the food you eat, even if it is a 4-star restaurant, is not that healthy for you.
Are seeing food inflation as among the stickiest areas of inflation.
Yeah, food inflation is real. And I think that's why the value pricing is so important. I think you're going to see that continue because the value pricing menu allows for restaurants to really think about what they can offer at those price points that keep consumers coming back, because we want those consumers back frequently.
President Trump made it a signature sort of
We
statement.
really want those customers to come back, even though their arteries are hardening and that their heart's starting to get enlarged because of the high blood pressure. And they may stroke out after they look at their bill. We want them to keep on coming back for their value meal.
Campaign that he is going to bring prices down.
Right.
Inflation obviously coming way off the 2022 highs of 40-year highs of inflation, and we're now still hovering above the 2% inflation target that the Federal Reserve Exactly. And so Donald Trump had said he would bring food prices down on day one. That has not happened. Can anything an administration does affect the price of food when we know supply chain issues and something like the bird flu outbreak is very real?
There are things the administration can do to help bring down prices and to get that robust economy in the restaurant and the food sector. And I think a lot of it really has to do with policy. So when you think about bird flu, it's really thinking about how we're managing our flocks, how we're bringing vaccines in and in a backstocked way so that we can control the hen laying population when we have these outbreaks to keep those productions high.
I mean, there's great concern that this will spread. I think a cow was discovered to have the transferred bird flu to it. Beef prices. What about steakhouses now?
Steaks have been one of those price points that have remained elevated. Meat prices have remained elevated in a space where restaurants are really trying to manage that. And that's, again, where restaurants try to look at what options are available to them. You may notice that there are some different portion sizes.
Yes, I noticed.
And the thing about that is restaurants do that because it's something that their consumer responds to. So are you interested in having that steak, a smaller portion size at a better price? A lot of consumers are saying yes.
I was a little upset that the portion of my pasta seemed very small, but
that's now you want big pasta portions. Big pasta.
Not too big, but I mean, come on, let's not be chintzy. Great to see you.
Thank you so much.
Keep us posted. I wish I had better news.
Delish and chintzy. It's almost as if she read a Yiddish book. You know what? People in America need to realize that prices are not going down in terms of food. It's called price stickiness. It's inelastic. It's not going down. And if it does go down, it's not going back to where it was. It's going to go down a little bit. So get used to it. So your income is going to have to grow into this new inflationary regime, this new inflationary world that we're in. Now, another aspect to this is that Americans have been living too large, literally and figuratively. We've been too blessed in many ways. We've had all of this food and all of this consumption, and a lot of people are overweight. A lot of people have diseases that are completely reversible and completely preventable, but because of our lifestyle, because of the bread and circus, because everyone wants to go out to eat three times a week. People need to start thinking healthier. People need to start thinking cottage industry. People need to start thinking, you know what? You want to be healthy and you want to be able to save money for your future, to have more spending power. Why should you be giving away your spending power to McDonald's? It doesn't even help you. Why are you giving away your spending power to Applebee's? Why are you giving your spending power away to fast food or these, family diner places that are franchised? Maybe once in a while, maybe let's say there's a birthday party or something for your kids and you're, having some sort of, party with the classmates or something like that. But Americans have been living too high on the hog with this whole go out to eat 3 times a week crap. And then you have a reporter saying that the meals are chintzy now. The portions are less. Americans have been eating way too much. Literally, the calorie intake is way above the 2,000 calorie limit that someone should have. And there's lots of research that having calorie restriction, not starvation, but calorie restriction on a regular basis throughout the week helps your body, helps your digestion, helps your immune system. When you overeat, you're overinflamed. When you're overinflamed, that's immunosuppressive. And then voila, we wonder why cancers are so prevalent. Well, turbo cancer is another story. But even before the crisis of 2020, Americans had a very poor diet. And there was a name for it, SAD, the standard American diet. And boy, it's sad. You know why? Because people are too fat and too inflamed. But, you know, big business wants to make sure that you just keep on going and having your value meal. They don't care about the heart disease. McDonald's doesn't care about one of your relatives or even you having an MI because you ate too many Big Macs. Meanwhile, on their sign, billions and billions and billions served. And billions and billions and billions of heart disease. Now, why is Dr. Paul Cottrell so upset about this? Well, I know a little bit about this. My brother died from heart disease. Totally preventable. Totally preventable. Heart disease runs in the family, especially on my mother's side. But if you fall down that road of too much carbohydrates, not exercising, blockage develops quickly. And that's exactly what happened to my brother. Too much fast food, too much stress at work. Then all of a sudden, age 36, dead. But you're supposed to believe the ads that they're going to give you a value meal. Value to who? Oh, the shareholders, but not value to your heart, not value to your well-being, not value to your health. Where's the value meal? It's all a canard. It's all bullshit. All right, let's go to MSNBC and how they're going to demonize Orange Man, because Orange Man's always bad according to mainstream media. Heaven forbid that Trump downsizes the administrative state.
Spectrum abre cada día una puerta a un universo de posibilidades sin límites, acercándote a la gente y los lugares que quieres. Con Spectrum, tus juegos favoritos te transforman.
Without clear legal authority, Donald Trump is trying to downsize the federal government. Tomorrow, millions of federal employees face a deadline to accept or decline a so-called deferred resignation offer. Notice I didn't say buyout. Workers who quit have been promised pay until the end of September. It remains unclear if the Trump administration can deliver on that promise without approval from Congress. Meanwhile, Russell Vought, the Project 2025 co-author, now serving as Trump's budget chief, is taking over the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And late last night, NBC News learned that Vought has issued a directive to pause most of the agency's activities. Also this morning, there's new fallout from the push to dismantle the U.S. Agency for International Development. Small businesses who work with the government face layoffs, charities, they've lost funding, and even American farmers who grow crops for foreign aid have been impacted. Joining us now is Democratic Congressman John Garamendi.
Are we seeing a theme in the last 5 minutes? America needs to downsize. America's government needs to downsize to stop the wasting. America needs to stop eating crappy food. America needs to get healthy. America needs to be more cognizant on how it's spending its funds at the government level and even at the personal level. Because when you do that, you weaken the slave masters. You know, we're all in slavery right now. All right, we're still in Egypt. Everybody's in Egypt. Everybody's a slave, except the slave masters. And the slave masters, they're in government, they're big multinational corporations. And the big multinational corporation, let's say McDonald's, since they're in front of us at the moment, the big corporation McDonald's, who serve billions and billions and billions of heart disease, they want you, if you're working for the corporation, to produce your product, your job, whatever it is. Let's say you're in the, you're a little worker making hamburgers, and you're providing that to the master, so the master can make money on that. Or let's say you're in the back office of the McDonald's corporation, and you're the bean counter, counting all the beans, finding what, you know, setting up the T accounts, doing the income statement, printing that out and providing it to the master. You notice that some of the hieroglyphics on the temples or the pyramids in Egypt, you have this big statue and you have a group of people that seem to be offering like peace offerings or sin offerings or offerings of something to the idol. How's that any different than what's going on right now? Where you have a slave master and the slaves are providing their little thing. Wake up. The Achilles heel of the slave master is plugging out and not giving them your energy, your money, buying the crap that you really don't need. And then once you stop buying Nike, once you stop buying McDonald's, then what happens? The prices start to fall. But first, the stock price starts to fall. And then the CEOs get all worried because they're worried about getting canned by the board. And they start cutting prices and finding ways to save money within the corporation. And then they shed stupid DEI policies. So the power, even though we're slaves, the slave master has an Achilles heel. If you plug out and you don't buy their products, you don't buy their services, you don't pay attention to their advertisements that they're going to be spending millions and millions and millions of dollars for a 30-second fucking ad on the Super Bowl, while you have patients that are elderly that are choosing between medicine or eating. Don't you think that they should have spent that money on helping the elderly or our veterans? Why are we paying $100 million fucking dollars to a quarterback while there is a little old lady that has to cut her medicine in half because she can't afford all of the medicine? Wake up, America, because guess what? Everyone fucking gets old.
California. He served in the Peace Corps, seeing the impact of U.S. aid firsthand in Ethiopia.
Welcome, Congressman, to the table. It's a real pleasure to have you here. Let's pick up on that part of your personal story and how it translates into what we see today. You and your wife, Patty, met and got involved with the early missions of the Peace Corps and in Ethiopia. But what I would like you to do is give people an appreciation of what what that work means and how important USAID is today in that fight.
Well, our first involvement with USAID was in 1967. We were Peace Corps volunteers way out in the remote western part of Ethiopia.
Now, it's very important to state that not all aid through USAID is corrupt or a waste. But there are a lot of wasteful spending and conduits of illegal activity that need to be shut down. So let's not get into the emotional fallacy that, oh, Doge is bad because he's not helping the Ethiopians. Now, maybe we should help the Ethiopians. I don't know. But the thing is it's better to shut it down, figure out where the wasteful spending is, and then reboot it so it's more effective in targeting those people that are in need. And that's what Doge is doing. But in the mainstream media, you're going to keep on hearing Orange Man bad and the Star Man from SpaceX is a bad guy because they're looking at the corruption. They downloaded a spreadsheet and they're filtering it to see where's the money going.
City, no running water, but USAID came through with a team to do vaccinations for smallpox. And we spent a full month working in the villages in the area doing those vaccinations. Successful. Smallpox is essentially gone, except in just a few very small places around the world. That was the first we had. And then through the years, we've continued to be involved. Patty ran in the Department of Agriculture, the Foreign Service programs, the food programs, and she went to famine camps, refugee camps, Lokachokia in northern Kenya, an Ebola outbreak. But the food was provided by USAID, the medical services, USAID, saving lives and providing security here in the United States from a pandemic. In that case, it was Ebola. And right now, Ebola is once again in Kampala, Uganda. USAID was working in those clinics to stop that outbreak. They're not there anymore. Right. So maybe that'll expand, and it's just 15 hours away from Washington, D.C. Yeah.
And we're already
gets on a plane and we're here.
And we're seeing, Congressman, the impacts of this. There's a headline in Reuters about a Burmese refugee who died after being discharged from a shut U.S.-funded clinic. And then you have the impact here at home, this headline from the Washington Post about how gutting USAID actually threatens billions of dollars for U.S. farms. Quote, purchases and shipments of U.S. food aid worth over $340 million, including rice, wheat, and soybeans, have been paused during Trump's foreign aid freeze, according to officials in an email obtained by the Post. My question for you, Congressman, is when Republicans inevitably take a victory lap on this, say that they have cut government waste, what is Democrats' counterpunch?
It's not waste. It's an essential American program. It is the soft power. General Mattis, former Secretary of Defense, said it very clearly. He said that if you do away with the soft power, that is USAID, then you better get me a whole lot more bullets. The fact of the matter is, as we pull away from those places where USAID is presently involved, for example, Africa, you can bet that China is right behind. They're going to fill that space, and then they will have the influence. We know, for example, that China wants a port in West Africa. Why? Because they want access to the Atlantic Ocean, the Eastern Atlantic Ocean. How are they going to get it?
How much has America been giving to Africa in total? How long? Why is it that why hasn't America built the ports? So don't use this excuse that maybe China's going to build a port. If America thought it was important to build a port, then we would have done it already. Don't you, aren't you listening to, all the people that are saying of this huge American empire? Why didn't Americans build the port then if it was that important? Now, maybe it's just bad foreign policy. Maybe that transmission mechanism with the public sector or private sector isn't working. But a lot of times what happens is that the Chinese comes in and gives them a loan. They can't pay for the loan. And they start to take the assets. And it sounds a whole lot like the IMF World Bank conditionality that I was talking about in the previous video. But if those ports were so important for American interests, for whatever reason, don't you think we would have built those ports already? Because I'm sure some big multinational corporation that has ties to Goldman Sachs would have found a way to do it. So let's stop using that as an excuse.
Pulls out, the aid programs are gone, the country needs help, they'll turn to China, and part of the deal is, okay, you can have a port here. This is a national security issue as well as humanitarian issue.
What can Congress do on this? Because this USAID was created by legislation.
Yes.
This is after there was money that was given for the Foreign Service Act years ago, and then the president at the time created USAID, and then it was codified into law after that by Congress. And so you have the executive branch here essentially defunding something that Congress said should exist. And I thought the power of the purse was with you all, not the executive branch here. So what can you all do?
Well, we can push back in every way possible. Go on your show, talk to the American public about what's going on here. You're absolutely correct. USAID was actually created by Kennedy back in the 60s. Over the years, the authorization has gone on forward, most recently in the 90s. There was a moment in the 90s where the administration could change it, but that was a period of time. That time has passed. There is no legal authority. It is illegal.
So we've been doing this for all the way to the 1980s or even longer. 1980s and 2025. That's a long time. That's a long time. That's most of my life, even though I was, born in the 70s. Most of my life, USAID funds going to Africa, and now we're all worried about some major geopolitical shakeup because we shut them down and the Chinese are going to come in. I think this is a litmus test to prove to us that our foreign policy through USAID didn't work in Africa.
Kill or to stop USAID, cannot put it into the State Department. There is no legal authority to do that. And so, yes, the lawsuits are out there in the courts. We will support that in every way possible. And we'll talk as best we can about what.
And so it's going to be more inefficient, and the government is going to just keep on wasting money. And we're going to, the taxpayers are going to just keep on shoving their bread in their mouth and watching the football game because that's the circus. Travis, the chief, Travis is talking now, at the Super Bowl. Let's just chime in there and see the wonders of Travis from the Chiefs. Taylor Swift's boyfriend. Let's find out what he has to say.
Putting their body on the line, putting their lives aside outside of football just for one common goal. And I've gotten away from, wanting to be, known as that. I think I want to be known as just one of the best teammates these guys have ever had. I want them to take away. I would say every tight end that has ever played this game has had some sort of toughness or some sort of unique ability to do everything that you ask them to do. I feel like it's a very versatile position. It's a position where you have to block the big guys and you have to run faster than some of the smaller guys on the field. And it's like you're the ultimate utility.
Travis. I cannot believe you are making so much money, yet there's so little in between your ears. The word is versatile. let's say it with me, versatile.
On the field. And I think when guys watch my film, I would just want them to take away that, man, he can do it all. You know, he did it for the right reasons, the guys around him, and hopefully through my play on the football field.
He did it for the right reasons. Yet last year he was yelling at the coach because the coach took him out of the play, and he was worried he wasn't going to get his bonus. He's doing it for the right reasons. These people are bullshit. But the sad thing isn't so that he's an idiot and that he's not doing it for the right reasons. It's that society has put these gladiators up on a pedestal, and we're not focused on the real issues of society. We literally have a lot of elderly people during the winter season that are cold because they can't afford heat. They can't afford their medication. They can't afford food. Why aren't we focused on that? Instead of ungodly amounts for a 30-second ad. There are people in need, like real need. But America isn't paying attention. You know, the water supply actually drops during halftime in the United States because everyone's flushing their toilet at the same time. True story. True story. Is that really important in a society? Do we really, should Travis still be making all this money? What's even worse is, why the hell is Taylor Swift banging this idiot? I can't handle it. I can't handle it. It's just an idiot. All right. Let's continue on USAID and the corruption.
USAID does, not only in food, not only the effect on the farmers, or just mentioned, it is a major problem in the Midwest. I would expect to see some Republican senators going, uh-oh.
I'm from Nebraska. I know the farmers are like, what is going on?
Exactly. So all of that is in play. The problem here for me personally is this is a personal issue. These are things that Patty and I have spent our life working on, and we know. I would just ask Trump or Musk, go to one of these camps, go to one of the famine camps, one of the refugee camps, and hold a starving child in your hand. Look at that extended belly. Look at the eyes, they're just vacant. We have developed, USAID has developed a nutrient system that can immediately revive that young child. It is a supplement. It's not available now. That child's going to die. So where's the humanity here? Where is the humanity? Do they understand what they are doing for these lives? And then the medical side of it. If you pull USAID out of these countries, you're going to have a medical crisis.
Now, let's just say that these are people in need that we should be helping. Let's just assume what he's saying is right on and that we should be helping these people. Then doesn't it make more sense to find the corruption within USAID and move the funds that are saved and give more funds to the areas that are in need? Instead of wasteful spending across the board on all these programs that maybe we shouldn't be funding, and get rid of the corruption and these conduits. Doesn't that make much sense? Now, is there going to be some sort of damage during this transition? Yes, but that's because you had an administrative state that wasn't willing to do real oversight, except the oversight of Congress, for many, many, many years. So who's at fault? Is it Orange Man Bad is at fault because of the starving kid in Ethiopia? No. Or is it Samantha Powers, who was running USAID and was stonewalling Congress? I would think it's Samantha Powers. But again, mainstream media has to knee-jerk with the reaction Orange Man bad and Rocket Man bad.
United States, it will come here.
In addition to the incredible work of USAID, we have come to understand that it's not just USAID. There are other relief services.
Some of the incredible work of USAID. That's an important caveat. Some important work, an incredible work of USAID. Because there's a lot of corruption, and a lot of wasteful spending that we shouldn't be doing. But the ones that are in need, yes, fund those. Maybe even fund them more than what they're currently funded.
Out there, Catholic Charities, for example, a significant player here domestically, as well as globally. Catholic Relief Services,
right,
which is, you know, a companion organization working hand in hand with USAID. National Catholic Reporters already indicating that Catholic Relief Services is laying off staff cuts and programs after this USAID shakeup. The reality of it is, you look at Catholic Relief Services basically receives about half of their $1.5 billion budget from this type of funding.
Exactly.
Talk about the impact across the board for humanitarian services. That soft power, yes, is putting food in place, medicine in place for people, but that also translates, as Simone and Alicia were talking about, in other ways to secure the U.S. presence on the ground locally. Because here's the deal. When we pull out in West Africa and China comes in, when that port goes in, folks, that port's not going away. China now has a beachhead on the Atlantic Ocean opposite the United States.
Exactly right. The USAID.
And if it was so important, why didn't the Americans build that port?
American employees around the world, they are actually monitoring the contracts with organizations like Catholic Relief Services, World Vision, and others. Those NGOs provide the services on the ground. Specifically in the case of Catholic Relief, that's medical services and food services. There are other programs that are doing economic development, agricultural development, water systems, electrical systems, and the like. So the USAID employees are working those contractors, working with those contractors. So it spreads out all around organizations, many of which are important here in the United States. The other part of it is that there are people from those countries that are working alongside the Americans. So it's about 10,000 people total. You disband that, there's a vacuum. And as you said, somebody's going to come in. It'll be China for sure. We also know that Russia would love to get in as they were before and as they want to be in the future. So in terms of international security issues, USAID provides not only the humanitarian, the economic development services, but it also provides an opportunity for America's presence. We're not there, guaranteed China will be there, and they have been, and they will be in the future.
I mean, they are literally on the continent right now.
Right.
Okay, so waiting with bated breath.
Congressman John Garamendi, thank you for reminding us that what is at stake is everything from our national security to our moral fiber. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to play the Bud Light aftermath with the whole, woke, advertisement that they were doing last year and how the sales have not recovered. But before I do that, let me talk about the last set of products for my store. It's very important to boost up your metabolism and increase your energy levels. It's the last pillar of the core protocol that I have, all right? Boomer Boost does that. It has 68 nutrients. I don't have time to read the very extensive nutrients that are in here, all the vitamins and supplements and all the stuff that's in this powder. But there is a large scooper. You take a scooper a day, use it. Take it during, let's say, your breakfast or your lunch. That's the best time. All right. Take it once a day. You mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt or a smoothie. You can mix it with filtered water. Some people mix it with milk. It's up to you how you want to do this. Create a shake, whatever. But take it every day as your breakfast or as your lunch. This is a great way to lose weight. All right. Not only that, you get all the nutrients that you need for the day. All right, to really boost up your immune system and to slow down the aging process. But it targets some really important systems. It improves your cardiovascular health. It improves your brain health. It helps with muscle and strength. And in addition, it will build that higher metabolism and your energy levels will really go up. That means you recover better when you work out. You're going to be well rested when you sleep. All right. So your body's just going to feel like, wow, you feel kind of a little bit younger. All right. And over time, what's going to happen is that your ATP levels are going to increase. Now, this works really well when you couple it with the other pillars that I talked about, the turmeric, the ashwagandha, the lignans to bring down the inflammation, the C60 to soak up the free radicals, and the max 35 to boost up your immune system. Now, when you do that, you're really supercharging your health and you're slowing down this aging process and you're helping all these other systems. So your immune system is going to get better and your cardiovascular system is going to get better. You're going to be moving around. You get better skeletal muscle structure. And when you do some weight training and do some cardiovascular fitness, you're really going to increase that bone density and improve the blood flow. All right. So taking this every day for lunch or for breakfast is really important. And you're going to lose weight. You're going to get healthy. You're getting all the nutrients you need. All right. Now, if you couple it with the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, you're going to be able to control your A1C levels. Now, the barley is a dense protein, okay? Now, you just take 1 scoop of the boost and you take a few small scoops of the gladiator barley. And when you do that, wow, you're supercharging your body. Because the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley is going to detoxify your body. It's going to bring down inflammation. It's going to soak up free radicals through the superoxide dismutase pathway. It's synergistic with C60 because C60 soaks up the free radicals a different way. So you're soaking up more free radicals if you follow my protocol. But the thing is that by taking gladiator barley by itself, you're going to reduce inflammation, you're going to soak up free radicals, and you're going to build strength and detoxify your body. But if you couple it with the Boomer Boost, you're really supercharging. Now, I guarantee that this container and this container, if you buy them together, is cheaper for the month than what you're paying for your breakfast or your lunch. So you're going to save money, you're going to get healthy, and you're going to control your A1C levels, and you're going to lose weight. You're going to have more energy, and you're going to be targeting all these other systems. But just by taking these 2 things. Now, if you do a little bit of exercising, you don't have to be a marathon runner or a triathlete. But if you do a little bit of exercise throughout the week, and walking is a really important exercise, then you're going to get added benefits, and you're going to gain muscle, and your skeletal muscle structure is going to improve. Now, there's also the heirloom barley. Now, that doesn't have the same strength gains that you get with the gladiator barley, but you also you get the detoxification, the reduction of inflammation, and soaking up the free radicals. But you also get the benefit of the A1C control. But you get more benefit of A1C control, especially when you start gaining muscle, to be able to control your blood glucose levels. So this is a very powerful combo, but it's even more powerful when you add it to that whole set of pillars that I just mentioned. The max 35, the C60, the turmeric, ashwagandha, lignans. Now, I know not everyone can afford that. I get it. I understand that some people can't afford these things. All right. But I have created these different price points that you can somehow mix and match or get the longevity boxes or the anti-aging boxes at different price points to get healthy and focus on a certain system. But just taking these two together, you're going to have massive energy increase, especially if you do just a little bit of exercising. Maybe you can't afford a gym. You don't have to. Just go outside and walk. Do some calisthenics at your house. You don't need weights. You ever look at a gymnast? You know, someone that is in gymnastics, especially that's Olympic level, they don't lift weights. They're using their body weight and they're balancing and they end up being very fit. You could do something similar at home, just using isometrics. So please, there is a way to get healthy. All right. So take the Boomer Boost separately or couple it with the Gladiator Barley or the Heirloom Barley. Now I've created a box at a lower price point so people can get the Boomer Boost and their choice of Gladiator Barley or Heirloom Barley. Or you can buy them separately. But if you buy the Longevity Boost box, it's cheaper and you can add on top of that the discount 5. So I've been trying to get these supplements that are extremely high quality and get people to follow my protocol either fully or partially by stacking them in different ways based on your affordability so you can get healthy. But the bottom line is this, it works. What I do works. And it's very high quality. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, let's go to the analysis by Fox News about Bud Light's revenue decline. Now, you got to remember, Bud Light used to be a major American brand, but wokeism destroyed that, like almost overnight.
Couldn't get done to the front door, pal. Bud Light. It takes a deep dive into how the beer lost its position as America's most popular. The author of the book and former Anheuser-Busch president of operations is Anson Fredericks, who joins me now here in New York. Did Anheuser-Busch take on a political role? Why did they do it?
It wasn't just Anheuser-Busch. You saw tons of companies over the last couple of years taking on a political role. It was Disney, it was Target, it was Nike. And unfortunately, they were really coerced in doing this. It was a combination of the Biden administration pushing companies to get more involved in politics, doing the business the Biden administration couldn't get done through the front door of politics. They had to do it through the back door of companies. Companies like BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, pushing a very aggressive ESG, DEI agenda, and a bunch of consultants as well that pushed all companies to get involved in political issues, whether it was asking companies to defund the police like Salesforce did, asking companies to overturn election integrity laws like Coca-Cola did. And as we saw with Bud Light, unfortunately, this is kind of the straw that broke the camel's back when they got involved in sort of the transgender issues with Dylan Mulvaney.
Has Bud Light recovered?
They haven't at all. I think that's one of the most interesting parts about this story is that they lost 30% of their customers, millions of customers, billions of dollars of shareholder value over the last couple of years. They continue to shed customers. The stock price is almost off 50% from when they made this partnership with Dylan Mulvaney. And they're going to spend almost $50 million in advertising at the Super Bowl this week. I don't think it's going to have any impact.
Are they going to advertise Bud Light?
Yeah, they're advertising Bud Light. And candidly, the commercials are actually pretty good. They have Shane Gillis, who's about the opposite of Dylan Mulvaney. You couldn't have maybe someone more opposite. They have Post Malone. But the problem is they've lost a lot of their customers, and their customers are asking them, hey, when's Bud Light going to be moving forward? Is it going to be more the Shane Gillis and fun and football? Or is it Dylan Mulvaney? Until the company really comes back and says clearly what Bud Light's going to be, I don't know if any of their loyal customers are going to come back.
Target used to be one of the principal supporters of DEI. They were outspoken supporters of it. But they're now backtracking. Why? Are they being sued?
Well, yes, they're being sued, but I think more importantly is that they've lost a lot of money over the last couple of years. Similar to Bud Light, that this was a company Target, they used to be one of the darlings of the retail industry. It was growing sales year over year. And then once they got involved in a lot of controversies surrounding Pride Month and LGBTQ, the company lost again millions of customers. Their stock price is off by double-digit percents over the last 2 years. And the biggest competitor is Walmart. And Walmart's stock has almost doubled over that exact same time period as Walmart stepped back from DEI, stepped back from a lot of divisive politics. So
well, do you think corporations should...
Let me just intervene really quickly here. Remember what I was saying about everyone's in Egypt and most of us are slaves, and and that we have to work for the slave master, but there's an Achilles heel to the slave master. This is it right here. This is what I'm saying. The Achilles heel. If you stop buying their products, the company tanks because the stock tanks, and then they change either their pricing structure or they change their social programs that they're tied to, whatever. But the Achilles heel of corporate America is your wallet.
Out of politics, both left and right. Just don't touch politics, period. Would you say that?
That's it. Just don't touch politics, period. I think that's good business. That's what's going to drive more shareholder value. That's what's going to also be good, I think, for our broader kind of country also. Let these politics be settled by politicians, not CEOs and executives.
Anson Frederick, the book, The Last Call for Bud Light. I'd like to read that.
Hey, I'll get you a copy right here. You got one right here, Steve. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for
I don't know. Maybe it would be interesting to read. Maybe I'll see if it's at the library. I don't think it's worth buying, but the thing is it might be an interesting read. Another great read is a book that I listened to, an audio book version of it. But I also saw the author do his book launch with it. It was it's called Barron's, and it's talking about the food industry and the lobbying group in the food industry and big agriculture. Fascinating book. It's just called Barron's. The cover has a fork with I think $100 bill wrapped around it, and the fork is through the roll of $100, I think it was. But it's something it's a book that people should read. Another book that I'm currently reading, even though I'm going off on a tangent here before I shut down. Another book that I'm reading that I think other people should read is The Struggle for Taiwan. All right. This is a history of America, China, and the island caught between. It talks about the history of how we ended up where we're at today in terms of the geopolitics between the United States, China, and Taiwan. I think this is a book that everyone should read. It proves my point that we need to start paying attention to that region, especially in the next 3 to 4 years, and how the CCP and the PLA are moving towards trying to absorb Taiwan and reduce the hegemonic power of the United States in that region. Huge problems. But this goes all the way back. These things go all the way back even before Nixon. All right. Parts of the problem are during Truman's administration. Parts of the problem were even during Eisenhower's administration. So, but I think Americans need to get more educated about this whole tit for tat international policy that's been going on throughout the many decades in American foreign policy. And we're at a point where it's probably going to go to war. But it's a book that I think everybody should read. With that said, thank you for watching the live stream on YouTube and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Please get the products that I offer, follow the stacks, and mix and match these supplements in a way to improve your health based on your affordability. It's in your reach. All right. You just follow along what I'm doing and my advice, and you'll get healthy. All right. But you got to follow. You can't just listen. You got to do it. All right. You got to turn this potential into kinetic. All right. I'm going to be doing a live show tonight at 10 o'clock New York time, so Eastern time. I'm going to be doing a live show with John Hogue. We were supposed to do it last week, but he had a deadline for writing a paper that had to be published, and so we had to cancel the show. But we're going to have it tonight. There's going to be X spaces that will be opened up for a call-in, so you can ask questions to John Hogue. It's an interactive show. It's something that people enjoy doing. Again, the X spaces has already been posted on my X channel. It will start at 10 p.m. There's going to be a live stream on YouTube, and it's a fun show. Now it's going to last for about 2 hours. I think the last one we did was like 2.5 hours. But it's a show that it's supposed to be interactive. So don't be shy. Ask questions. It's designed for that. For the ones that have been listening throughout the last, 4 hours of this broadcast that have been listening on X Spaces, I greatly appreciate it. Again, you can, for the ones that are watching, you can listen on X Spaces and do a call-in. Request the mic, and I will give you the mic, and you can ask a question or tell me your opinion on what's going on with a particular subject matter that I'm covering for that day. Like what your opinion is on USAID, or what's going on in your, in your city about crime and illegal immigration, or whatever it is that's important to discuss. It's supposed to be interactive. So with that said, thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate the ones that do follow me on X Spaces. Tonight, we're going to be doing this again at 10 p.m. John Hogue's going to be on board, and we're going to take your questions. So stay tuned.